Welcome back. Day two. I hope you were as inspired as I was yesterday by the incredible conversations, details, and information and expertise that was shared by our keynote speakers and our panelists. I'm Nicola, founding executive director at the NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center, and so inspired to be co-sponsoring this first ever SBA Women's Summit. We've got an incredible day of learning ahead of us. But before we get started with that, I'm lucky to spend a few minutes with you today talking about one of our newer programs that's launched at the center called Milestone Circles. Now, Milestone Circles was set just for women business owners. That holds them up in success of the incredible work they're doing each and every day. This is a peer collaboration system where you work in a circle of a dozen like-minded individuals to achieve a meaningful milestone over a quarterly basis. And you're able to prioritize the never-ending laundry list of the 150 things on your plate each and every day to figure out what's the one thing right now that you want to be able to answer for yourself in success and support of the business you're trying to create. Thus, the milestone. Now, all of that work, perhaps not surprisingly to you, starts with being able to commit and connect to why you're building this business. It has to be personal. It has to matter. It has to hold you up on the hardest of days and keep you grounded when you're unsure of where you're heading next. Seems easy enough, right? And yet the reality is, once we're in it, it's hard to get away the time that we need to remember what it was that drew us in the first place. So we're going to be a little selfish today, if you'll indulge. And we're actually going to do one of those exercises that's inside of our Milestone Circles practice. It's the very first one that we embed in our 2-day onboarding experience for the now more than 525 women who have been through that program. P.S. plug, we have space now for another 1,000 women coming up. So if you want to get into a circle, we'd love to see you there. But we'll come back to that after the exercise. For now, this is your moment to be selfish. We want you to clear the workspace around you. Get rid of all those devices that are beeping and going off. Try to quiet the noise. And let's see if we can reconnect to what it is that you're building for. What your ideal work state might look like. It is with intention that we find ourselves being able to build those businesses and make those dreams a reality. So today, we're going to prioritize the dreaming for a minute. So on that note, with no constraints, I want you to take a moment to take 3 deep breaths in. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in and out. One more deep breath in and let it all go. Make sure you can feel both feet on the ground and try to relax. It's your ideal workday with no constraints. Let your imagination run wild. You wake up and it's morning. You feel great. Where are you? What does the room look like? How does your bed feel? Remember, anything is possible. You go to get dressed. What are you wearing? A suit? A swimsuit? Your clothes fit perfectly. What's the weather like outside? Who are you with? Take a moment and really soak in what's happening. Are you having breakfast? Where are you? And what's happening? Morning is turning into lunchtime. Again, what's happening? Are you in an office? Are you at home? Are you at the beach? Lunch moves into early afternoon, and you keep moving through your ideal workday. What's happening around you? It's now afternoon and moving into dinner time. The sun is just starting to set. What time is it? Where are you? What's happening? Who are you with? You're now getting ready for bed. What time is it? What's happening around you? What are you thinking as you drift off into perfect sleep? One more deep breath. Now open your eyes. Find a piece of paper, open up a space on your laptop. Try to remember words, visions, elements about your perfect day. Hold on to them, put them someplace. Don't lose sight of them. They matter. They matter because what you're doing as an entrepreneur has to be sustainable. You are in some of the hardest work out there. And the only way you're going to make it through those tough days is to remember what you're building for, what success looks like, and realize that vision. Well, I wish I could see the thousands of incredible pictures, drawings, words that are inspired from that vision right now. One thing I'm pretty certain of, it probably didn't feel like the day was getting away from you. And it probably wasn't filled with devices making too many obnoxious sounds. So I hope that you'll continue with that same intention throughout the rest of today. Prioritize this day, this learning for you. You deserve it. It is such an honor to be here supporting you in this moment and through this summit. As a reminder, we have hundreds of classes that were built by entrepreneurs sharing with us what was challenging for them. And we'd love to invite you to join us in taking some of those classes. We have some incredible ones coming up. You can find all of our class listings at thecenter.nasdaq.org. In April alone, we've got a few that really are fun ones. We have one around learning from entrepreneurs who have gone through raising an institutional round, what that process was like, the insights that they have, what they might do differently. So we would definitely encourage you if you're on a venture track to come join us for that one. Later in the month, we have one on emotional intelligence, the priority to that as a leader, how you lead with that same intention and integrity in every aspect of business. So if you need some tips, tricks, or just inspiration, please join us for that session. And then finally, it feels like SPACs are on everyone's mind these days, special purpose acquisitions. If you are interested in learning more about the world of SPACs and whether or not they might be right for you, we'd love to invite you and welcome you into taking that class with us later in April. Again, it is such an honor to be with you today. However you join in this community of ours, we really hope you'll take advantage of the resources, the toolkits, the sessions, and the information. It takes a village in entrepreneurship, and it is an honor to be a part of that village with you today. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome to day 2 of the inaugural Women's Business Summit produced by the U.S. Small Business Administration. My name is Natalie Madeira-Cofield, Assistant Administrator leading the Office of Women's Business Ownership. We hope that yesterday you left informed, inspired, and engaged by our panelists, our fireside featured speakers, and so many of the leading women across the country working in spaces from finance to the entertainment industry. It was also an absolute honor to hear from the Vice President of the United States of America and the first woman to hold such office, alongside the 27th Administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration. And today, we look forward to providing even more of a deep dive into important subject matter with our experts at SBA, including hearing remarks again today from our amazing leader, the U.S. Small Business Administration Administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman. Administrator Guzman has been a champion for women empowerment, for economic equity and prosperity across the country, and for entrepreneurship and the revitalization of Main Street communities. It's my pleasure to welcome Administrator Guzman, followed by Secretary Deb Holland for welcoming and opening remarks.
Welcome to day 2 of SBA's inaugural Women's Business Summit. As the SBA administrator, I lead the federal agency focused on delivering the dream of business ownership to more Americans to advance our economy. I serve as the voice of our nation's 32.5 million small businesses and innovative startups. And I am proud and grateful to stand at the forefront of our entrepreneurial renaissance, which, as we all know, is being led by women. We're all here today to celebrate the entrepreneurial spirit of the fastest growing segment of entrepreneurs, women who are starting businesses at the fastest rates and who represent 12 million of those 32.5 million businesses and growing. I know that, like me, many of you have seen the power of that entrepreneurial spirit in action. I'm the proud daughter of an entrepreneur. I've co-founded and launched my own ventures and advised others as they too pursued their American dreams of business ownership. I have witnessed firsthand how small businesses can transform families and neighborhoods. And over the past 2 years, our nation's small businesses have continued to support local economies and communities across the nation. Yet many of them have faced disproportionate impacts from COVID. Women and people of color bore the brunt of the economic impacts, increased costs, unexpected debt, childcare, and much more. As we build our nation back and reimagine our economy, we need to do away with those inequities once and for all and level the playing field to give everyone a fair shot. And we need to empower our women entrepreneurs who, over the course of the pandemic, pivoted and adapted to rebuild, retool, and revive their communities so that they could continue to drive our economy forward. And to help us do that, I elevated the Office of Women's Business Ownership to report directly to me, empowering my assistant administrator, Natalie Madera-Cofield. And together, we are proud to make history for women entrepreneurs. And across the SBA, I've asked my team to be entrepreneurial and meet all our small businesses where they are with the resources and services they need to succeed. We're committed to being customer first, technology forward, and equitable across all our programs. And I hope that through this summit, you've been able to learn more about our services and build trust in the mission-focused employees of the SBA, who, along with all of our partners and grantees, are here to be a part of your team. We are in your corner, so please feel empowered to go to sba.gov and connect with us and our vast array of resources, and let us help you launch your next business or commercialize the next life-saving or life-changing innovation. Yesterday, you heard from our leader, Vice President Harris, an incredible leader and tireless advocate for entrepreneurs, who talked about how the women small business owners she's met share an aspiration to shake off others' expectations and build something for themselves and for their families and communities. And you were hopefully inspired by our great speakers and featured panelists throughout the day. And today is all about the nuts and bolts. Our SBA subject matter experts will be leading Ask an Expert sessions, offering helpful guidance on everything from microfinancing to exporting and trade. But before you learn about all the great resources, we have a bit more inspiration in store for you. I've talked about the great pivot you all have done to make it through this pandemic, and there's no greater inspiration for that creativity, grit, and determination than the stories of the incredible women business owners I have met across 26 states, Puerto Rico, and more than 41 cities I've visited. Last month, I became the first SBA administrator to visit the Navajo Nation and met the Indigenous and Black female entrepreneurs who run Ashi Beauty, a groundbreaking line of cosmetics known for its foundation in varying shades of brown, as well as their delicious Lachach coffee. They told me how they were often forced to drive hours off the reservation to pick up or drop off a delivery. Of course, e-commerce allowed them to grow and stay afloat during the pandemic, but they had to overcome huge obstacles to get there. It's cities and towns across America. This is what we see, America's entrepreneurs persevering through the pandemic. And so it gives me great honor to tell you another story of small business fortitude. I am so excited to welcome my cabinet colleague, Interior Secretary Deb Holland, who among her many achievements is herself an entrepreneur. As a single mom, she launched a popular salsa brand, Pueblo Salsa, which she produced, canned, distributed, and grew until her successful exit to attend law school. She went on, of course, to become one of America's most effective tribal, community, and government leaders advocates. She is a former member of Congress, former tribal administrator at San Felipe Pueblo, and the first woman elected to the Laguna Development Corporation Board of Directors. And now Secretary Holland is the first Native American to serve in the cabinet, leading the Department of the Interior, continuing her lifetime commitment to service and building community. So everyone, please welcome Secretary Holland.
Greetings, women in business, and happy Women's History Month. I'm so excited to join you from the ancestral homelands of the Anacostan and Piscataway people here in Washington, D.C. Hats off to Administrator Isabella Guzman and Assistant Administrator Natalie Madeira-Cofield for leading with their values and bringing women into the fold. I'm Deb Holland. I'm a mom, I'm a former business owner, organizer, and congresswoman, and now I'm Secretary of the Interior. Let's face it, women run the world. I'm honored to speak to the incredible women in this room. You all are making it happen. You're building businesses, creating jobs in your communities, and supporting your families. What may be less obvious is that you are also inspiring young women and girls to do the same. And though there are obstacles for women to succeed in business against all odds, we're breaking through those barriers. While I was a single mom trying to make ends meet, I ran my own salsa company. It was my way to have flexible work schedule because there was no way for me to pay for childcare. That venture could have been so different if resources like capital and childcare were readily available for me to grow my business. That's what this summit is all about. It's about access. Access to resources, to mentors, and to a network of women who are here to cheer each other on. Women are fierce, and we bring important perspectives to the discussion. We deserve to be at every decision-making table. In fact, it's the unique experiences and struggles that make good leaders. It's why I became an organizer in the first place. I believe that it's the fact that women bear children and have historically been the family caregivers that makes us valuable leaders. It's the fact that women have a different experience in the doctor's office, in the C-suite, or at a car dealership that makes us qualified to lead in places like companies, hospitals, educational institutions, and corporations. It's the fact that women know what it's like to be mothers, daughters, and sisters that gives us a unique perspective that you can't get anywhere else. It's important, and each of you is important. One of the priorities set by President Biden is for us to work to increase opportunities for businesses owned by underserved and marginalized communities. For our part, Interior is focused on investing in small businesses in Indian country. Through our Native American Business Incubators program, the Office of Indian Economic Development provides competitive grants to establish and run business incubators that serve entrepreneurs who will provide products or services in American Indian and Alaska Native communities. If you all fit that bill, you should look into it on the Bureau of Indian Affairs website at BIA.gov. I know that's just one opportunity that you all will learn about during the summit, but let's face it, every lift helps. Thank you for letting me share a few words, and more importantly, thank you for the work you do. Enjoy the summit.
Hi, good morning, everyone, and welcome. First, thank you so much to SBA Administrator Isabella Guzman and Secretary of the Interior Deb Holland. I know I speak for myself and the SBA team in saying that we are excited and proud to work with our colleagues across government to ensure that women-owned small businesses and female entrepreneurs have the resources that you all need to thrive. My name is Allison Evans, and I'm a Presidential Management Fellow with SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership, and I'm your MC for the day. I am incredibly excited and honored to connect with all of you today in the chat box, in the Q&A box, and to learn alongside you during our Ask an Expert sessions. A few technical details before I introduce our first fireside chat of the day. Again, please continue to engage with fellow participants in the chat box. We heard from a lot of you yesterday that you're looking for a way to save those resources and important links that are there. I encourage all of you to fully open the chat box on your computer. And if you have the capacity, please move it to your second screen. That will ensure you can easily click on those links and keep them open in your browser, or also copy and paste them for later use. And I am now excited to welcome my SBA colleague, Ann Lewis. Ann will be participating in a fireside chat with Nicola Mendelsohn, VP of Global Business Group at Meta. This is going to be a phenomenal chat that provides resources, expertise, and assistance related to digital resources and expanding your online presence. Ann, I'm going to turn it over to you. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Ann Lewis, and I'm the Senior Advisor for Delivery at the Small Business Administration. And before we start, I'd like to thank Natalie Madeira-Cofield, the Assistant Administrator of the Office of Women's Business Ownership, for the office's leadership in the planning of the inaugural Women's Business Summit. And today we are so pleased to have with us Nicola Mendelsohn, VP of Global Business Group at Meta. Nicola, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, Anne, thank you for having me. I'm absolutely thrilled to be able to have the conversation.
We're going to talk about a few different topics today, all around the subject of women in entrepreneurship and the small business community. We've collected a handful of questions from registrants during registration and used them to prepare these conversation topics. And I would like to remind everyone listening right now, you can connect with each other using the chat box and put any questions for SBA staff in the Q&A box. Staff are on hand and we'll answer as many questions as possible. So, what can we do to support the small business ecosystem? Both Meta and SBA are committed to supporting small businesses as they recover and hopefully thrive as our communities begin to return to normal life. Nicola, Meta just released new findings on the health of women-led businesses. Can you share what we know now about how women are faring at this stage of the pandemic?
Yeah, happy to do that, Anne. So from a Meta perspective, we've actually been surveying small business owners for a number of years. And we actually run one of the largest surveys of small businesses anywhere around the world. And just back in January, we surveyed small businesses, and it was really at the height of Omicron. And I've got to tell you, the findings weren't good because unfortunately, a quarter of US women-led business doors was still shut in January. And that compares to about 18% of male-led counterparts. And actually globally, the numbers are even worse because the closure rates for women-led businesses have actually risen 6 points since July 2021, and that's compared to little or no change at all for male-led businesses. Now, there is some good news because despite being hardest hit by the Omicron wave, the findings show that actually women are leading the way when it comes to the using of online tools through the pandemic. So nearly 60% of women-led small businesses report actually using digital tools to connect and communicate with customers, and that compares to just under half of male-led small businesses. And one of the other things that I thought was really interesting was that we see now that 73% of Facebook groups related to entrepreneurship in the last year have been created by women. So some not good news there, but also some encouraging signs about how women in particular are really using all the tools that are out there to make sure that they're connecting with their customers.
Well, there's some significant challenges to be faced, but it's very exciting to hear about how women are innovating to try and find the best ways of solving these problems. So it's March, which means it's Women's History Month. Can you tell us a little bit about how Meta is supporting women-led small businesses?
Yeah, I'm happy to. And, you know, we're going to continue at Meta to do what we've done for almost a decade now, which is to support and celebrate women across a variety of different areas. And actually not just in March, but every single month of the year. Now, that being said, that there are actually a few new and amazing programs that kicked off earlier in the month. The first on is around our longstanding investment in the She Means Business program. It's a digital skills training program, and I actually launched it about 6 years ago now in the UK, and it's expanded all over the world. And now to date, we've actually supported over 1.5 million women with digital skills training. But we wanted to really understand what more we could be doing to support women that are, out there that have either set up their businesses or want to grow their businesses. And what women were telling us is that they needed more information, they needed better training when it comes to financial literacy. So we've actually responded and created a whole new training, which really sets out to educate women on how to really manage, their business finances, thinking about everything from financial reporting to understanding financial health, P&Ls, and so much more. So if anybody is interested, I would definitely encourage you to check out fb.com/she-means-business-hub. So that's one. Now, the second area that we know is really challenging, is, especially for women, is getting access to capital. That is a problem for female business owners. And here, what's really exciting is that the $2 million that we that we committed and gave to an amazing organization called Reimagine Main Street is now being distributed to Black women-owned small businesses through cash grants up to $50,000. So that's great news. And then we also launched a challenge on Instagram to really encourage everyone to raise awareness for women-led businesses that they love. And you can check out, there's been some amazing reels made with the hashtag. You can go check it out. Hashtag Buy From Her Challenge. So I did one and it incorporated one of my new discoveries. I'm new to New York, which I am loving. And that's Sonia's Brow Bar. And she is now my resident go-to, part of my own beauty routine to get my eyebrows done. And she's been, she's an amazing, inspirational businesswoman. She's running her business with her family. And it's been brilliant to be able to connect with her, but also to see how she's been using Instagram and Facebook to connect to her customers, especially through the pandemic, when at different times her actual store was closed.
Wow, so many great resources available, and I'm definitely going to check that out because it's always impossible to find that perfect brow artist. So we've gotten a handful of questions from registrants asking where entrepreneurs can get help as they take their first step in building their business. The SBA is committed to providing customer-friendly resources to support small businesses start up, adapt, grow, and all of these you can find on sba.gov. We have learning resources, template business plans, access to a handful of different kinds of capital, and ways to connect to networks of businesses that support each other. It's particularly important to the administrator to help businesses gain access to technology and use technical and digital tools in their businesses in the ways that make the most sense for them. So in particular, I'd like to highlight the SBA's Digital Alliance, which you can find at smallbusinessdigitalalliance.com. This is a joint public-private co-sponsorship where we connect small businesses with critical tech resources to start and expand their e-commerce businesses to scale for success. Ideally using some of the innovative tactics that you just described with campaigns that allow businesses to find and support each other. This new initiative will feature a series of free briefings and trainings to help small businesses access and utilize these digital tools and grow into new markets. So we're here today celebrating women, our entrepreneurial journey, and the unique obstacles that we face in starting and growing their businesses, access to capital being one of many. We know that women entrepreneurs have to hustle and work harder to get the same level of opportunity as our peers. And we also want to celebrate this. Sometimes hustling and having to work harder pays off. It starts to compound over time and creates the conditions for real innovation. So Nicola, can you tell us why it's important to Meta as a company to support entrepreneurs, particularly female entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs of color who are often underrepresented in business?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear that Meta's business is small business, and helping small businesses to thrive and grow, that is an absolute key priority for us, and it is a key priority for me. And there's a number of different ways that we're able to build on all those tools that you just talked about and to really be able to support small businesses. So first off, our tools and our products are free. For a small business that's thinking about getting out there and getting online, we can help them. And that's been particularly true through the pandemic. So we really wanted to make sure that small businesses had the access to the tools that they needed to be able to pivot or to be able to start their business online. So one of the things that we did in the last couple of years was to introduce something that we called shops. And it really does what it says, which is to enable the creation of a digital storefront just in minutes. And so anybody can go on there and create a shop. And we've been able to continue to invest here in things like the business messaging solutions, whereby businesses can have things if they need it, like appointment bookings and audio or video calls. And that can really support this trend that we're seeing. It's a real growing trend of people wanting to connect with a business through messaging apps, and they're expecting that kind of person-to-person experience. So that's one. The second area, and we've sort of touched on this a little bit as well, which is, the wide variety of digital skills training programs that we offer to small businesses all over the world. And if I look back on just the last 12 months, actually over 100 million people tuned into our digital trainings to be able to support their online business growth. So it doesn't matter if you're a fledgling new business getting going, there's training programs for you, or you've become a much more bigger and sophisticated business. We've got trainings that are applicable to you. So 100 million people have been able to tune in to learn and ultimately connect better with their customers in order to drive business growth. And then the third area is around, being able to provide immediate cash to small businesses, especially through those early months of the pandemic. And so we gave out $100 million in grants to 30,000 small businesses in 30 countries. And that included $40 million to small businesses right across the US. That was really important. And one of the things that we also made sure was 50% of the 40 million that we gave out in grants was dedicated to diverse-owned small businesses. We also do run dedicated digital skills training programs for Black and Latinx entrepreneurs through a program that we have called the Meta Elevate program. So you can see there's a lot that we're doing here, and more I could talk about, but I know you've probably got some more questions.
No, and it's really great to hear about those resources, and exciting to consider the possibilities of really personalized experiences, being able to message a business directly, for example. That we've all had the experience of being left on hold forever with really big businesses, but especially during the pandemic as services and workforce availability fluctuated. So it's really exciting to consider what the future of small business could look like in a more personalized, deeply connected way. So thank you so much for describing that. So building a business online is a unique problem. It existed before the pandemic, but thanks to the pandemic, you really do have to have a digital presence to be able to show up online and meet your customers where you are. And we've seen work, life, e-commerce, collaboration have moved more and more online. And now more than ever, businesses need an online presence to be open for business. So many business owners are working on building the digital skill sets and tool sets to adapt and scale their business's online presences. And so exciting to hear about how to turnkey creating a shop and learning how to add different services. It's interesting though, because when you open a physical store, you aren't necessarily required to understand how to do specialized analytics targeting to figure out how to find people who might be interested in you. But with this new new digital tools come big opportunities. And I also wanted to give a shout out to SBA's resource providers who are working to help all communities and entrepreneurs, even those who don't have reliable internet access. So different levels of connectivity also kind of create different challenges. We've received several questions throughout registration related to branding. So branding is something that businesses always have to think about, but when you're online, you're in a crowded space, the ways that people reach you are different, and how to break through in the crowded digital space. Nicola, Meta has placed a significant emphasis on helping small business owners gain access to the tools they need to pivot online over the last 2 years. How should entrepreneurs approach building their brand, their online presence? Can you tell us about why this is important and how to approach that as an entrepreneur?
So that's a big question. And the honest answer here is it depends where you are in your stage of your current online journey. But the thing that I would have for wherever you are is I would encourage all businesses to try something new, because digital's really enabled a democratization that I think is really exciting. And, you were just talking about the physical presences, which of course is really important, but actually getting online is actually a lot simpler and a lot quicker. And, the potential to unlock growth for small businesses is extraordinary. And we have so many examples of extraordinary people who've started their businesses and actually now multi-million-dollar businesses with a good idea and a mobile phone. So for somebody getting started straight off, you just need to start by establishing their presence. And as I said, the tools that we have, anyone can have a shop for free. Anyone can have a Facebook page or an Instagram business profile. Get there, get it up. That's free. Start with the basics. Make sure you're sharing the most relevant information with your customers. And that's really basic stuff, the hours, the location, the contact information, that basic stuff, getting that right. Then start small. Build your audience, post regularly, see the content and the formats that you're using, see which ones generate the most organic engagement from your audience. It might be things like Reels, it could be something like stories, it might be engaging things with stickers like polls to get people to interact with you. The other area that's definitely effective is the whole area of personalized advertising. And it's particularly good for small businesses that have got small marketing budgets. And it's really easy to try. You can boost a post just for a few dollars. You can reach a targeted audience. You can be focused on the objectives that you want in order to help achieve the business that you want. But I think it's also important, to continue to talk about the value of building the business online, even if you do have a physical presence as well. And the reason here is that the data actually shows us that small businesses who make a majority of their sales online are actually more likely to have seen their sales grow throughout the pandemic. So you can be like an omni-channel retailer now or provider or service rather than be one or the other. We can think about a blend, and certainly the tools are there to be able to support that.
So it sounds like there's an ecosystem here that that allows for experimentation in a way that's low cost or in some cases no cost. I mean, that's kind of revolutionary. It used to be true that the startup cost is rent and maybe billboard advertising space. All these things are incredibly expensive, but it sounds like they're orders of magnitude cheaper now. How would you recommend that entrepreneurs think about that opportunity for experimentation?
I think it's about having a test and learn mentality here, and to really start to connect with your customers and to really understand what motivates them with what you're sharing. And you're right, you can just for a few dollars be able to adapt, test, learn, see what resonates. I would say don't be scared of doing it. Just get out there and start to try things.
Thank you for that. Really exciting. So let's get into a bit of our personal journeys and our current roles. We'd like to share some perspectives on how we've found success so far in our careers and share advice with other female entrepreneurs who might be listening. And so, Nicola, we're so happy to have you here to speak with us. We know that you've been at Meta for nearly 9 years, and you've just taken on a new challenge as the VP of Global Business. What is the secret to your success?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there is a secret to success. I definitely think it's like a combination of hard work and some lucky breaks. And, to be honest, I've always been someone that will put my hand up and ask for help. So if I'm in a situation where I don't feel sure of something, I'm not afraid to say I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not afraid to ask for help. That's one area. Once I've made a decision, I don't look back. That's something that I think comes with a bit of confidence and practicing as well. So once I've made my decision, I own it, I move on. And, you're not going to get all the decisions right all the time, but if you don't, and that goes to the test and learn, if something's not working, then really understanding why it's not working, don't make that mistake again, right? But then build it into the next time that you test or you make a decision or do something different. So those are a couple of things. And then in terms of how I think about, my whole life, because, work is only obviously a part of your life, I'm proud of the fact that, my most important thing in my life is my family, my 4 amazing children. And so one of the things I'm very intentional about is how I think about my whole year. And so one of the things that I do is something called vision writing. And it's really core to a program that we have at Meta called Fuel. It's about fueling yourself to be the best version of you. So at the start of the year, I do write a vision for the year ahead, but the way that it's written in the past tense, so it's like I'm looking back. So if we were doing it now, it would be, it's the end of March 2023, and I'm looking back on the year, and I look at the areas that I want to, achieve things in my personal life, in my business life, and in my community life. And then I set very clear goals. I'm really clear on what my North Star is. And then obviously it's about bringing that whole thing to what you're doing, because if things are not going well in different parts of your life, then you need to be able to adjust. But also never forget, it's important to have fun. That's really, really important as well. So kind of blending all these things together, creating some of these frameworks to help you think through what you want to achieve in the timelines that you have and the milestones to get there.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I love the tools and tactics that you shared, like vision writing and setting a North Star to kind of help your professional and personal goals align. I'm a big fan of that as well. I'm an obsessive journaler. I always like to get all my thoughts down on paper to get them organized. I guess for me, I think that I got into the tech world because I like building stuff. I liked writing code. I liked building systems. And then eventually, when I moved into leadership roles, I loved managing teams and creating sustainable, scalable systems of people and technology and trying to set everyone up for success. And I think one thing that's been helpful for me is trying to not just create wins for the person you report to, but to create wins and share credit with everyone around you, just to sort of bring everyone along on the journey. I also think that, especially in the tech world, this try it and test it and see how it goes mentality that you described as a strategy for entrepreneurs, I think that's important for anyone just trying to figure out what they want to do in their career or trying different projects or different companies or different work environments. No two jobs are the same. And so sometimes when people are trying to figure out where do I put my intellectual energy, they might work for a company that is a bad experience, then want to give up on the whole field. And I really encourage folks, if you encounter setbacks or problematic, work cultures, try another company, try another group of people. Don't give up on your dream or your idea or your skill set or your interests, because if you can stick around in the field long enough to gain expertise, then eventually you will be in charge and be able to create that culture that you wanted to exist in when you were earlier on in your career. So I find that very inspiring and rewarding of not just existing within an ecosystem of people or technology or businesses, but trying to think about what kind of ecosystem do I want to create to make the world a better place. And for me, the work is ultimately about impact, helping people, helping women entrepreneurs, helping the tech ecosystem meet the demands of the world as tech sort of grows more and more in its influence, and platforms grow in power, and social media platforms become the place where businesses exist and where people connect. It's so important also for engineers in particular to understand the impact of the work they do on other people, and also be thinking about, when I build this, how can I build it in a way that it supports its users and it respects data privacy and is used ethically, et cetera.
I love your vision. I think the North Star there is such an important one, and thinking about as an ecosystem where everybody's helping each other, and especially how we're helping women to be able to succeed, I think is really, really inspiring.
Yeah, and I think those professional networks on the individual level and also at the business level are so important for everyone, for lifting all boats, basically. I mean, I bet every female entrepreneur knows you have to try just a little bit harder than your peers to get access to capital, build your customer base, build your product over time. But eventually, this is like putting my tech nerd hat on. If any function is working or delivering output 20% or 10% more than another function, eventually you'll hit exponential. Eventually that'll compound and you'll get ahead. And so one thing that's so inspiring for me about being at the SBA and being a part of this work is seeing how systems of entrepreneurs help each other grow together and get into those network effects or hit those scale points together. Because no matter what kinds of adversity you face, you can team up with your collaborators and build better systems, come up with new and innovative ideas, and build the building blocks of a better future together. And it's so exciting to see business networks and research partners and entrepreneurial communities do that together. So it's a privilege to be a part of that.
Absolutely.
So Nicola, if you were to leave one final piece of advice for our audience, what would it be?
Oh, I might be greedy here and go for more than one, because I kind of feel like I've given some already. Definitely ask for help. That you need quicker. That's one. Don't be afraid to speak up, and I definitely think this was something for me earlier in my career, that I would often have these, exhausting conversations in my head that would doubt each other. And, you're in a room for a reason. So you should speak up, and, people want to hear what you've got to say, get your points across. And then I think it's been a bit of a theme of our conversation as well. Treat everything as a learning opportunity. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. The mistakes will make you stronger, that's for sure. And we need to take that stigma away of making mistakes, of turning them into learning opportunities. And maybe I'll actually end on a bit of a funny one and a bit of a practical one, which was a piece of advice I got years ago from an amazing lady called Stevie Spring. And she told me that, sometimes it can all get a little bit too much and you can be starting to feel a little bit emotional. She said, and sometimes you can feel the tears welling up. Honestly, I've had that. And she said, I promise you, she said, if you try to whistle at that moment, you can't cry. I promise you. So it's the most practical bit of advice, but if you think you're about to cry, whistle and it will stop you crying. So there you go. It's very practical. It's a bit left field, but it's true. Give it a try next time.
Oh my gosh, I'm going to file that one away. I never would have considered that. Oh, that's wonderful. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I'd love to talk a little bit about like the technology sector, since we have a few minutes at the end here, and just wanted to plug the tech world for anybody who's interested in building a business and isn't quite sure if tech is something you can know about or can develop mastery of, because the tech world can be kind of intimidating. And I just really wanted to welcome all of the entrepreneurs listening here to understand that tech is not someone else's thing. It's not something that like tech bros in Silicon Valley like completely own. It's tech is yours and you can own it, and it'll be a key building block of your business. And I think getting comfortable with it is just a learning process like anything else. Like Nicola was talking about, just try it and be okay with occasionally making mistakes and learn from those mistakes, because in the digital ecosystem we live in right now, the cost of experimentation is getting lower and lower and lower. So it will definitely benefit you to experiment more with branding and with tools and with digital outreach messages and omni-channel strategies. And the same goes with the engineering culture as well. The more you let yourself try to make code work, the more you'll learn, and eventually you'll get there. You'll get to a working solution, but you'll never get there if you don't try. And one moment that always comes back to me when I'm thinking about this is I used to go to job fairs as a speaker to try and motivate college kids to consider careers in software engineering. And almost every single time I would speak at a job fair and talk about what it's like to work in tech and the different kinds of jobs you can have, a mom would come up to me afterwards and say, well, my daughter's interested in technology and in software and in coding, but is it a safe environment for her? Like, do you know if it would be okay for her to try that? The answer is, how would you know if you don't let her try? You really have to allow yourself the freedom to learn and experiment and try, and then you'll develop those skills and you'll get into those positive feedbacks as you understand which tools work for you, how you want to use your data. Then all of a sudden, these building blocks will become your building blocks for your business and your innovative idea. And it's just so inspiring to me when leaders, but women in particular, feel like they can own, make decisions about, embrace, and use technology to power their big ideas.
Yeah, and that reminds me, we have a saying on the walls at Meta: what would you do if you weren't afraid? Right? And so it's such a wonderful thing in many ways to encompass the whole conversation that we're doing. Just try, just go for it. And the journey will take you to places that you can't imagine.
Well, that's a wonderful note to end on. Thank you so much, Nicola, for participating in this summit and for being a part of this conversation with me. The SBA and the women's entrepreneur community wholeheartedly thank you for being here.
Oh, and thank you again for having me. Absolutely. Hopefully one day we'll get to do it in person as well.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
Well, and Nicola, thank you again so much for that amazing fireside chat. And I actually want to take a moment. I need to confess something to this group, and I think this is a safe space to do so. is I actually can't whistle. So for any of you out there that maybe heard that advice from Nicola, I am with you. If you ever have those overwhelming moments, I myself take a deep breath. So certainly jealous of everyone on the line that has that capacity to whistle. But for those of you that can't, I am with you, and we will just continue taking those deep breaths. I think one thing that we can all do that was amazing advice from Nicola and Anne is let's keep experimenting, let's keep trying as we start our businesses, grow our businesses, and build those connections. So now we're going to take a brief break before we transition to the focus of today's programming, our Ask an Expert sessions. So we're going to take a break until 12:30 p.m. Eastern. So let's use this next 7 to 8 minutes. If you can comb through the chat, find Hello and welcome back, everyone. We hope you were able to use that brief break to get up, stretch, review the chat, and get all of those amazing resources that have already been shared. So now we are transitioning to the focus of today's programming, our Ask an Expert sessions. But before we go to our first Ask an Expert session on innovation and investment, we are first going to take a little trip all the way to Idaho. I'm excited to share with you all today that we will be hearing directly from some of our women-owned small businesses that have utilized SBA resources and different programs from their state to start their businesses and overcome certain business challenges. I hope these testimonials we hear today are as inspiring to you as they will be to me. So first, I'm excited to introduce September Myers. September is coming to us from Idaho, and September, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. My name is September Myers, the founder and CEO of Sundance Consulting, coming to you from Pocatello, Idaho. We're a Native American woman-owned small business and a successful graduate of the 8A program. We've been in business for 17 years, offering a wide range of consulting services in environmental compliance, characterization and remediation, natural and cultural resources, and tribal liaison facilitation. We offer these services to the government and commercial clients, as well as Native American tribes. As a Native American firm, we're stewards to the land through our daily work practices and will continue our responsible use, protection, and restoration of the environment for the plants, the animals, and all the people that rely upon it. When asked to speak today, I thought of some of the challenges I faced when trying to grow Sundance. Being from a small community and in business for only 4 years, it was hard to establish credibility outside the state where I was incorporated and to diversify beyond the 2 clients I had when I started the company. So I took a step and made an appointment with the SBA in Boise to explore the support options that were available. After meeting with the SBA, I felt like I had found a true partner who cared about my success. I was fortunate to have a representative that took an active role in helping me learn about the programs available that could benefit Sundance on expanding our clientele as well as our footprint. After numerous meetings in Pocatello and Boise, we took turns driving to meet each other. We discussed the steps in building my business. Then I applied for the 8A development program. I was approved in 2009. After about a year after I applied, I then started marketing the federal sector, the Army Corps of Engineers, Forest Service, Park Service, BLM, basically anyone who'd let me in the door and listen to what I had to say, because I knew this was a niche market where the 8A status could be the most successful. It took about 6 months of marketing the 8A status to receive our first sole source contract through the Idaho-Wyoming Forest Service to perform a non-forest inventory on 2,500 plots for a little over $1 million. Our next substantial sole source contract came in 2011 for $4 million with the Army Corps of Engineers in the Albuquerque district. This was to help them manage their formerly used defense site records. This contract led to the hiring of 25 new staff and changed Sundance considerably. With these awards and others that followed, we were able to use this as stepping stones to expand the company's technical resume, which is critical to be able to be competitive on solicitations. I'd like to note, though, to date, we haven't seen the market volume of women-owned small business set-aside opportunities in our market. So be prepared to compete within the broader small business categories. We currently only hold 2 women-owned small business contracts. Today, Sundance has 55 employees with offices nationwide, including Alaska and Guam, more than 100 private and federal contracts ranging from IDIQ type contracts to single award, 25 million in backlog, an average annual revenue of 11 million, and projected growth over the next 5 years is at 15 million. If I were starting my company today, the advice I'd give you would be to look at the SBI website and find the nearest office. Make an appointment as early as you can with a representative, and then meet frequently to determine the best options for you and your company. Take advantage of the SBA conferences, the free business courses they offer through the Learning Center, Ascent, and Emerging Leaders. Talk to small business owners about their experiences. Most are willing to share, and it's invaluable information you can't learn in a class. Ask for assistance if you need it, and remember the early years are challenging, but it does get easier and busier. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions or need any help. Good luck.
September, thank you so much. September is a great example of the immense value and expertise that is in our SBA DIST offices. We've been able to hear from a lot of you in the chat box, in the Q&A box, about sometimes distance is really the hardest part or challenge to overcome in getting those resources. So our SBA district offices are prepared to hop on the phone or respond via email. And as we just heard from September, they're also willing to meet you halfway, literally. So September, thank you again for your work and your inspiring story and for joining us during today's summit. Now, I'm excited to hand it over to our first Ask an Expert session. Jennifer Shee and Ricky Jones will be joining us to talk about innovation and investment. Jennifer is the Director of Ecosystem Development in SBA's Office of Investment and Innovation. And Ricky is an investment officer and expert on SBIC licensing. Jen, Ricky, thank you so much for your time and expertise in joining us today. I encourage our participants to continue to engage with each other in the chat, and also for any questions that you want Jen and Ricky to see, please put them in our Q&A box. Jennifer and Ricky have also already looked at a lot of the questions that you all submitted during the registration process and have also come prepared to answer some of those. So any questions about SBA's SBIR program, STTR, the SBIC program, or our ecosystem development network and opportunities, Jen and Ricky are prepared to answer. Jen and Ricky, I'm so happy to hand it over to you, and you have until 1:25. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Allison. I think what we're going to do is we're each gonna start just to share some background around the programs that the SBA Office of Investment and Innovation have to give you a little bit of background and grounding. And sorry, I'm technically just looking for, here we go. So I'm Jennifer Shee, as so kindly introduced here, and I'm going to focus in on the innovation side of the Office of Investment and Innovation, and that is America's Seed Fund, the Small Business Innovation Research and Small Business Technology Transfer Programs. And it's essentially, if you want to remember what does America's Seed Fund do, well, this is for tech startups. You get to keep your equity and intellectual property, and you get to change the world. And we know that that's one of the key things that you are here to do and why you've started your business. So the key kind of background around America's Seed Fund and why it exists is to support technology entrepreneurs through non-dilutive grants and contracts. These are awards that have supported over about 4,000 companies each year with over $4 billion invested. And again, this is taking no equity or the intellectual property ownership by the federal government. So how does it work? At a high level, it's tranched funding, multiple phases. So that phase one is proof of concept, about 6 to 12 months of work, $50,000 to $275,000. After that, it's phase two, continuing the technology development, about 2 years up to $1.8 million. But the real special sauce here is that the competition, because it is a competitive grant and contract program, the competition that happens in phase one and phase two, it unlocks the sole source access to the $665 billion federal contracting marketplace. And you're going to hear a lot more, I think, in the next section with many experts around government contracting. But if you're thinking about the federal government as a customer, then this is one of the ways that you can get the early research and development funding to put together the research that you can then sell to the government as a product or service. So the core pieces of eligibility: you have to be a for-profit entity located in the US. Fewer than 500 employees is the size standard for the America's Seed Fund, SBIR, and STTR programs. But the majority of the companies are actually fewer than 10. And the key thing here, you do not have to be a established company. This is about innovation, research and development. And so this is one of the key places where that history of being able to, of having to show how much work that you've done already doesn't exist. This is here for high growth startups that are going to be translating research and development, taking it out of a lab and actually moving into the marketplace. So what kind of areas are actually funded through the SBIR and STTR programs? There's opportunities throughout the year. It comes directly actually from 11 different federal agencies. So these are opportunities across a really large variety of topics, from ag tech, national security, health, clean energy and climate, supply chain resiliency, space. Pretty much, if you can think about anything that there might be some research and development around, there's likely an agency that is interested in funding that work. And so telling you a little bit more about the federal agencies that actually do participate in this program, you can kind of think of them actually in two different ways. Agencies that are market driven. So these agencies are investing in technologies to solve the problems through the commercial marketplace. So really, again, these are your ideas. You see a problem in the world, say in the energy marketplace, and you have an idea to solve it. You can apply to the Department of Energy. You have an idea of some way to help advance human health. That fits in the mission of the Department of Health and Human Services. And there they will help support the work that you are trying to do to get your technology into the marketplace. Alternatively, there are a number of agencies that really think about helping support the research and development to bring new solutions into the federal government marketplace. And so they're working to solve government-defined problems that still have commercial potential out in the broader marketplace. And so that includes, for example, the Department of Defense, where they will be an ultimate customer of the funding of the R&D that happens in the beginning. And then also NASA, right? So the current Perseverance Mars rover that's on Mars actually has a number of technologies that were developed through America's Seed Fund by small businesses just like yours. Do you want to make sure that you know, if this is all new to you, you've never heard of SBIR or STTR, you are not alone. And if you're interested in getting started and learning more, you're not limited to our websites and PowerPoint decks here. We have a network of nearly 500 local partner organizations across the nation that are here to support you through this process. There are specific programs around application assistance, going customer discovery, finding co-founders, or getting connected to technical experts, for example. So if you need help, you're not alone. I will repeat the sbir.gov website multiple times, and certainly go to sbir.gov local assistance to find some of these helpful partners that are around the nation. And since we are here talking about women's business, I did want to highlight a study from the National Women's Business Council around the participation of women in the SBIR and STTR programs historically. So one thing to note is that typically the percentage of proposals that come in from women-owned small businesses is about the same as the percentage of awards that get made. But that's still only in the 13 to 15% range. And we'd really like to see more proposals coming in from women-owned small businesses, because we know you have great ideas and great solutions to big problems in the world. So submit your proposals and win the funding. We know that great ideas come from anywhere and anyone. And it's something that the president has said many times. And this is a program ultimately about innovation. And so if we're not solving all the problems that come from around the nation or around the world, then we're not innovating enough, right? So we're committed to providing funding based on the quality of the ideas and not based on your race, ethnicity, gender, orientation, geography, or other affiliations. So definitely stay in touch. SBA is here to help and connects with the funding agencies to make sure that innovators from all backgrounds across the country are able to turn scientific research and positively improve our lives. So that's a little bit about the innovation side of the SBA Office of Investment and Innovation. And I'm happy to turn it over now to my colleague, Ricky Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Women's History Month. I will share my screen now. All right. All right, thank you for bearing with me. So, as Jennifer shared, I will be discussing the Small Business Investment Company program.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Just FYI, we can see the presenter view.
Got it. Technical difficulties. Let's change this.
No problem.
There we go. Problem solved?
Perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. So I will be discussing the Small Business Investment Company program. So what is the purpose? What is the program? The purpose is to stimulate and supplement the flow of private equity capital and long-term loan funds to small businesses that are not eligible or that is not available in adequate supply. So what is an SBIC? An SBIC is a privately owned and managed investment fund that is licensed and regulated by the Small Business Administration. SBICs use their own capital, plus some funds from borrowed with an SBA guarantee to make equity and debt investments in qualifying small businesses. So this is probably my favorite slide and just marketing material that we have at the SBA. Because it really shows what we do, the function of the program, right? It puts the program into perspective. So our work is really underpinned by public-private partnerships that operate or on or along a very dynamic and economically important intersection. So as you see here, through the SBIC program, OII, or the Office of Investment and Innovation, investment in particular, we seek to broaden our reach and meet small businesses where they are. In terms of private capital, we work with private credit funds, growth equity funds, mezzanine funds, debt funds. We form partnerships and relationships with private investors who are deeply committed and deeply invested in providing financings to small businesses. And to emphasize some of the points that OII's Associate Administrator Bailey DeVries said yesterday during her panel, we're always looking to increase that partnership for meaningful access for small businesses. And when we think about what that means for women, minority, veteran-owned businesses, and the true equity, the big E impact of this public-private partnership, the opportunities are really boundless. So as shown in this slide, for every dollar the private investor brings to the table or raises, as we say in private equity in the industry, SBA will generally provide up to 2 times or $2 of government guaranteed debt. Currently, the SBIC program matches up to $175 million of the private capital the firm brings in. And just to really wrap up this point, the SBIC program may provide one of the best examples of a successful public-private partnership. And although, private equity can be risky, because the SBA guaranteed leverage is at the fund level, SBA has been able to maintain its zero subsidy costs to the taxpayer since 2000. So that means all the taxes that you and I pay aren't paying for this program. It's really self-sufficient, self-sustaining. So if some of the companies to the right of this slide look familiar to me, to you, to me, they were once recipients of SBIC funding. This really helps to demonstrate the breadth and depth of this program. In FY20, for example, the SBIC program deployed $4.9 billion to over 1,000 small businesses, creating or sustaining nearly 100,000 jobs. And this was during a worldwide pandemic, if you will. The program licensed 26 SBICs with private capital over $2.1 billion. And the SBIC program currently has a $4 billion authorization per year, so we can authorize up to that much to invest in the SBICs. We have $34 billion of assets under management, or AUM, and has provided over $100 billion to small businesses since 1958. And if you're a small business who is looking for funding, there are 296 active SBICs located throughout the U.S. The names and contact information for those SBICs are available on the SBA website. If you Google SBIC directory, the list and contact information for those SBICs will appear. So the question here is, does the SBIC program stimulate and supplement the flow of private equity capital and long-term loan funds? And the answer is unequivocally yes. So you see here, this is where SBICs are represented in the larger scale of private equity, private capital assets under management. We have this small, we operate in this small space, but the impact of small businesses can't be overstated. SBA estimates that SBICs represent over a third of the private debt funds under $300 million. And as such, they are a great contributor to this much smaller market. And this is just really to provide an overview of where the funding, the SBIC funding, where it ends up, right? So while this is the distribution of financing dollars by industry reported from 2012 to 2016, it's a little outdated. It does show you that we are industry agnostic. The SBIC program, the SBICs, they're industry agnostic. They invest in almost everything. There are some exceptions, but manufacturing, professional, scientific, technical, information, healthcare, wholesale trade, SBICs are there. It can't invest in real estate or rural projects, but there are other government programs that are available to do that. And as Jennifer shared, the SBIR program does a little of that. And their financings are across the U.S. SBICs, they have a mandate and expectation to invest throughout the U.S. So we, as the SBA, have a mandate to invest throughout the U.S. And so, again, this is from data from 2012 to 2016. And so we're pretty much all over. I hope that this has helped to provide an overview of some of what the SBIC program is doing, has done. There is a funky statistic, a FY17 stat that provides that out of FY17 financings, out of $6.7 billion, only 1.1% was allocated to a women, minority, or veteran-owned business. And so this administration, through our administrator, Isabella Casillas Guzman, through our AA, Bailey DeVries, is really helping to redefine that narrative with more direct investments, or looking for opportunities to make more direct investments in minorities, women, veteran-owned businesses. Because it's not that the opportunities aren't there, it's really just creating avenues and developing relationships with fund managers and small businesses that already exist. So we're really excited about what is to come, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. So I will stop sharing my screen at this point. Yeah, and do we have any questions in the chat?
We do have some questions in the chat, and actually maybe I think this is a good follow-on question for what you just talked about, which is, what steps is SBA taking to eliminate structural bias in the SBIC licensing requirements, like the pattern recognition, attribution, need for both partners to have done deals at the same PE firm for 5 years, and how to make it more accessible to diverse fund managers? And I'd love to follow up and talk about sort of the efforts to expand equitable access to the SBIR and STTR funding as well when you're done with that.
Sure. I know. I'm happy to respond. I'm thankful for the question. It's a great one. And it's something that the SBIC program, Office of Licensing, OII in general, have really been looking into, and forging relationships, not only with other government entities such as MBDA, other departments in commerce, but also internally, right? We're looking and having conversations with diverse managers, with small businesses, to really better understand where some of the gaps lie, where they exist, and how do we move forward. We've been doing a lot of tracking information, right, to better understand where the SBIC investments have been made, so that we can chart the best path forward for creating some solutions to these problems that have been inherent in that process. And to maybe talk a little bit about how are we going about licensing funds that don't necessarily meet that the general criteria for our standard SBICs. I have a lot of applicants in the pipeline now that are emerging managers, all right? And I think it really comes down from the administration and their priorities, with the focus on that big E, equity, right? So how do we get more emerging managers in the program? They have to apply, and we have to review them. And so that's what we've been doing. And so I'm excited. There was one fund recently licensed. Shout out to Innovate Capital, based out of Philadelphia. They are the first of its kind. It's a minority managed owned fund run by Della Clark, a woman of color, and they recently started making investments. And so we're really, really excited to see what is going to come about. But I think some really great things are ahead, not only for Innovate, but for fund managers and small businesses alike.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that connects us there, right, is a lot of times investors come from being entrepreneurs themselves. And where the Office of Investment and Innovation connects to is that we really focus on the high growth firms that want to grow big. They're small businesses because they start small but have big dreams. And so on the equity diversity angle, that's also something that we care very much about on the America's Seed Fund side of things, and in making sure that innovation and innovative ideas are coming from all different places. And one of the ways I did want to flag, there's a question sort of around the ecosystem and ecosystem building. So I'm going to take the opportunity to highlight that my role is actually new as Director of Ecosystem Development. And part of that is the attention that SBA is placing on the ecosystem builders. And I know we have so many resource partners and ecosystem builders that are here at the summit with us. So one, thank you for existing. Two, if you are a small business, an entrepreneur, or a potential entrepreneur and innovator who is watching right now, find those ecosystem builders in your local community, because whether they're an investor or whether they are somebody who just knows all the investors and all of the different resources to be able to connect to, they're there to help. And we definitely lean heavily on our champions who can help talk very specifically about navigating the really specific processes. So I'm going to highlight that SBA on the America's Seed Fund, SBIR and STTR front specifically supports the Federal and State Technology Partnerships Program, or FAST. And so there are 32 states and Puerto Rico who have awards that are meant to specifically help new entrepreneurs navigate that SBIR and STTR process. And they cover the entire state. The other group of ecosystem builders that our office supports and funds, we have 84 Growth Accelerator Fund Competition Awardees. So these are accelerators and incubators, many that may be focused in different areas. So many might actually specifically focus on women and female entrepreneurs, regardless of where you're located. We also have the SBIR Catalyst program, which is another 8 awardees who are trying to work across different geographies in supporting greater diversity within the SBIR and STTR portfolio. I don't know if you would like to, this might be also another question that we can both talk about. There's a question about whether anything exists for new manufacturing businesses, so majority women-owned businesses. And I know, Ricky, you showed sort of the different industries that that SBICs invest in. And so, I think there were a few questions kind of on, is it for childcare businesses or restaurants? What are there particular industries that SBICs invest in?
So sure, there are particular industries that they invest in. Manufacturing, for example, technical services, healthcare, IT, social sciences. There are also areas and industries where SBICs may not invest in. And of course, they can't invest in rural businesses. There's an Sbic program through USDA that does that. SBICs cannot invest in real estate, but they can invest in most of the other categories, right? And if I saw that there was a question about someone went to the SBIC directory and there was only one SBIC in their state. Not only is that something that would be considered a priority area for us in reviewing applications that come from states that are underrepresented by an SBIC, but also you can look at another SBIC located in another state. Each SBIC has a business plan, just like any other business, in which they are mandated to invest in particular areas, follow certain fund economics, et cetera, et cetera. So to the extent that they are within that region, they can invest in your small business. So reach out to any and all of the SBICs that you find, and if it falls within their business plan, they can make a transaction. I hope that answers your question.
Well, yeah, and feel free to jump in at any time. I'm kind of just scrolling through the Q&A here. So another question that we've gotten around, sample proposals for SBIR and getting an idea of the ideas that have gotten funded in the past. And I think I saw maybe a question in the chat that scrolled by really fast. So thanks for the activity in the chat, but about, can they find who has actually won these awards? So sbir.gov is a wealth of information about all the companies that have won awards. And actually, I think it's a really good business intelligence tool too. If you're working in, and I talked a little bit about the industries that are funded through the SBIR and STTR programs, and but it's good to do sort of a keyword search, because the other thing is that this funding does directly come from those 11 different federal agencies. And despite the names, which have to be short, and of course we turn them into acronyms, but Department of Energy or Health and Human Services, Department of Defense, you can't always figure out exactly the breadth of things that, or you might be surprised by the breadth of things that are funded by agencies that, let's say, Department of Energy, I keep picking on them, but obviously you'd think of them for climate and energy, but they do fund a lot in cybersecurity, let's say, and advanced computing. The National Science Foundation is one that they fund science, right? So they're looking for high impact, and they are definitely one of the market driven. They want you, the innovator, to tell them what problem you are trying to solve. And they're looking for high impact, high growth companies where they do want to help you with the startup side of things. And I'm just going to also reiterate that these funds are not loans. You don't have to pay them back. it's non-dilutive. And so I know during our associate administrator, Bailey DeVries, spoke yesterday on an investment and innovation panel, talked a little bit about the difference between dilutive and non-dilutive funding. So if you're just starting out and trying to think about what type of funding would be good for you to take on, one of the things that's really key, SBIR and STTR, these are grants and contracts. We do not take any equity. So dilutive funding, like venture capital, angel funding, often you're trading a part of your business, a little ownership in your business for the money. And here, SBIR, STTR, and SBIC investments are not taking any piece of your business. You continue to own your whole business.
Well, and just to clarify one point, the SBICs, they can make equity investments, but the purpose, of course, is not to be non-dilutive. Our bottom line, SBA's bottom line is the small business. So the goal is not to go in and own the small business. Of course, there are different strategies out there that are buyout funds, but the overarching goal really is to do what is in the best interest and what that small business owner wants, right? The goal is not to take over somebody's business, but there are equity investments which of course would take some percentage, but not to the extent that it's ownership level percentage. That makes sense. Let me know in the comments if it doesn't.
Yes, and I'm trying to scan through. There are a lot of open questions, so I think I had started to mention the question around sample proposals for SBIR. So, I mentioned sbir.gov and going to that award database to find companies that have been funded and who has funded them, which agencies funded them. But sample proposals, some agencies do have them online, but I would also say not to get too stuck on those examples. There are 7,000 awards made every year, and it definitely there's a breadth of different possibilities. So I strongly recommend reaching out to the innovation ecosystem partners, those resource partners that are on the ground, because they will help you navigate that. And actually, if you're working in green tech, I just remembered, one of our FAST awardees that's located in Oklahoma has a national program that is open until tomorrow. So if you're working, or no, April 1st, that's Friday. If you're working in green tech, they have a national funding lab, SBIR funding lab, where they will help walk you directly one-on-one to figure out what agency to apply to and how to navigate that application process. I also do want to highlight the PTACs, the Procurement Technical Assistance Centers. That's not an SBA funded resource partner. They are funded by the Department of Defense, but they are there to help you navigate the registration process too. And specifically around SBIR. In fact, they've been tasked to help support, but I think they can also help more broadly around government contracting, as the name might suggest.
And I just wanted to add, so in submitting a sample proposal in the SBIC world is a bit different when you're submitting a proposal or an executive summary is what we would call it on the SBIC side. So we have within the Office of Investment, your initial stop is usually our Office of Program Development. They are our outreach unit, and they are the first stop before you come to where I am seated in the Office of Licensing. And so via this executive summary, you're able to, at no cost to you, you're able to present what you're proposing for your fund, right? For your investment firm, for the SBIC. So go through the Office of Program Development, just go to SBA.gov, go to the SBIC program, and you can contact, their information is there, so that you can see if you have a viable business plan. And there was another question that I wanted to get to. What is the process of presenting to the SBIC investor? And is there a certain time of year to request funding? And how do you find out if your industry is a part of the investor's business plan? So to tackle the first part, you would present to an SBIC investor the same way you would to any traditional bank, LP, high net worth individual. Typically, you'd have a presentation deck, right? You'd put all of your information in there, what your executive summary, your economics, your management team, any growth that you have. You could be pre-money valuations. You could put that in there too. Just have all of that into a pitch deck. First, of course, you'd contact the SBIC investor via the SBIC directory. And to the extent that you don't know if you fall within their industry focus, they may be able to connect you with another SBIC. They are super connected, not only with the SBIC community, but also your traditional lenders. So they can connect you to people that you may not know exist. And so I'd say reach out to those in your area, those that may not be in your area. Because if they can't help you, they can find somebody that certainly can.
Okay, I'm just to sort through this, I'm going to start going from the top. But there's a question around, America's Seed Fund has been difficult to navigate and requires excellent credit. And is that still a parameter? And I will say, credit, I don't believe is typically part of the evaluation process, but I may be wrong about that. So one of the nuances about the America's Seed Fund, SBIR and STTR programs, SBA does not directly fund companies through it. It does come from 11 different federal departments, really. And so there was also a question about who are those different agencies? So I'm going to name them, but definitely go to sbir.gov to find that list and learn more about each of the agencies. Because really it's department level. So the Department of Defense is the largest funder. And part of this is, if you think about what agencies within the federal government fund research and development, the way that this funding comes is there is a percentage that is reserved that has to be spent on small businesses doing research and development from any agency that has over $100 million in their extramural or the R&D budget that goes out to outside their agency. And so it's based on sort of how much money they have for research and development in general, and how to help and make use of small businesses to translate research into the marketplace. So the Department of Defense, but the Department of Defense is huge. It's about half the program. It's $2 billion a year. And it is Air Force, Army, Navy, many of those other kind of fourth estate agencies. The Department of Health and Human Services, the National Institutes of Health is the biggest portion of Health and Human Services, but the FDA, CDC, the Administration for Community Living is also part of that. Department of Energy, NASA, and the National Science Foundation. So those programs also have small business technology transfer programs, which I didn't really get a chance to talk about, but if you have questions about it, definitely ask in the chat or in the Q&A. And then there are 6 additional agencies that have just SBIR programs. The USDA, US Department of Agriculture, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Transportation, Department of Education, and the Environmental Protection Agency. Okay, I'm missing one. Oh no, they're gonna get me. I really need to look at
There's just one more.
I know there's one more, and they'll probably get mad at me for forgetting them.
And did you say Department of Education or EPA?
I did. Maybe I did actually get everybody. No, Department of Commerce. Thank you, Allison. Department of Commerce. And within the Department of Commerce, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, these acronyms, they still get people within the government too. So from what you can hear, right, this covers a lot of different areas of technology. And so this is the other thing that is maybe challenging to think about, right? This program really focuses on research and development, but what research means in different areas really varies. And so that's why it's important to determine what agency might be a good fit for your technology. So again, going back to sbir.gov, doing a keyword search on which agencies fund things in your area, and reaching out and talking to them. Because I will say, don't be afraid. The agencies want you to talk to them early on. They really do. Definitely check out their websites, have really specific questions. But all of these agency personnel go out there and really want to engage and help you figure out, are they a good source of capital for your program or your project?
And I just wanted somebody asked a question about the resource I had mentioned earlier. So it's on the SBA website at sba.gov. It's the SBIC directory. That's where you can find a list of those 296 licensed SBICs, the contact information, also their the outline of their business plan is there. So you'll be able to identify what industries they're focused in. But again, as I said previously, to the extent that they can't help you, if you reach out, they should be able to point you in the right direction. So shout out to all of the SBICs or the fund managers that may be on. Thank you for your service and commitment to small businesses. There was another question about and how do SBICs help to facilitate government contracting? So as previously stated a bit, SBICs have different mandates, and that's of course according to their business plan. But SBIC managers, the fund managers, they are people. And so when they have equity or debt, they have some type of investment in your small business, a lot of them will go in and hold the small business's hand and helping them to secure any resources that are necessary in order to see that their investments are realized. So yes, to the extent that government contracting or something like that makes sense for that business and is not a prohibitive transaction, because you can't have two different, there are laws, right, outlining how many investments you can have from the SBIC program, government contract, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why every business, small business, it's nice to have some type of legal aid in those areas, but your SBIC manager, fund manager will certainly know that as well. So I hope that answers your question. I love all of the interaction in the chat, the connections that are being made. This is really great stuff.
And Ricky, I'm seeing one question in the Q&A to clarify. So as an entrepreneur, are they responsible for bringing the private investor to the SBIC, or as the entrepreneur, do they approach the SBIC for investment?
So it would be the latter. If you're looking for, and it could work both ways, right? If an SBIC sees a business and that they're interested in investing, they will reach out to you. But to the extent that they can't find you because of all those silos, please submit your information. Go to their contact information, submit your business plan. So yes, it works both ways.
And I'm going to, if we think about SBIR and STTR also as investments, because we do think about them as investments, you do want to reach out and learn about who your investors are. It's kind of maybe some more general advice, right? What is their investment thesis? What is it that they care about? And what are they looking for to know that you are going to be somebody that they want to invest in? So I will say, on the process-wise, with the SBIR and STTR programs, it's a federal grant or contract application or proposal submission. And so every year there are multiple solicitations that go out. So this is a kind of, you can't just submit anything, but each of the agencies has slightly different processes. And they also do have different ways of thinking about what does investment, like what are the right characteristics of what they want to invest in, and how does it connect back to their mission or to what they have put out in those solicitations. So this is another key piece, is that because it's federal funding, we make sure within the federal government that the instructions and information and how it's being reviewed is public. It's all out there. Now, it's not the most easy to navigate. There's like hundreds of pages about what all of the rules are that the federal government is trying to follow. But there are some, and again, this is why we really like to point to our resource partners who are steeped and very well versed in understanding how the different agencies work, so that you don't spend all the time as an entrepreneur trying to figure out all the different agencies, just like you wouldn't necessarily go to all these different, all the different possible investors, right, or SBICs, but first figuring out what is it that they care about, the investment thesis.
Yeah, I see a comment that Chase refused a business loan and how can SBA help? That's the purpose of the SBIC program, right? It's to help small businesses that do lack access to traditional sources of capital. If you go to the SBIC directory, I believe Cody put it in the chat, or Allison, thank you very much. Go to that link, contact some of those SBICs and see how they can help you, because that's what that's why we help license them, to help small businesses that can't get access. There's also the resource for the Office of Capital Access. They make SBA loans available. I believe there's a panel for OCA as well, Office of Capital Access. So I don't want to speak on their behalf.
And there's later this afternoon, I believe there's an expert from the Office of Entrepreneurial Development who will also be talking about other resource partners that the SBA supports. And I think it is helpful to talk to these resource partners because they know about the different types, again, the different types of capital that you might be useful and relevant for the work that you're doing. I did want to, somebody's asking about funding for a woman-owned garment design and manufacturing company. And one of the things I wanted to flag again, maybe is a specific example of where you might not necessarily think about clothing as or fabrics as a research and development business. But there are a few that I know have been funded through SBIR who, one, the Department of Defense invested in fabric, like wearable technologies. And making sure that the fabrics that warfighters were wearing were good for the environment that they were working in. And then one of those companies actually during the pandemic pivoted their manufacturing of their specialty fabrics to making masks and PPE, the personal protective equipment. And so in any case, that was one example. There's another that the US Department of Agriculture funded a new method for dyeing blue jeans. So getting that color, they made sure that the process they were using was more sustainable and friendly for the earth and climate. And so just wanted to share a couple of stories, but on sbir.gov, actually, we have a whole portfolio of success stories. So that's another good place to take a look at, what kinds of companies get funded and the variety and diversity that is funded there. So America's Seed Fund, you want to change the world, check it out. Come talk to those agencies, check out sbir.gov, and please talk to your local resource partners.
Yeah, I guess as another comment for any prospective SBIC fund managers or small businesses, like, don't be afraid to apply. Submit your application, go through the program development, submit the executive summary. We will review and hopefully help to get you to where you want to be. Small businesses continue to be encouraged, continue to tap into all of these resources because, of course, you are our bottom line. Without you, our economy doesn't work. So thank you so much for allowing us to speak to you today. And we hope that it was helpful. And yeah, reach out if you have any questions.
Yes. So I know we didn't get to answer everybody's questions, but thank you for the interest and excitement.
Well, Jen and Ricky, thank you so much. And I will say we probably have about 2 minutes left. If there's maybe one last question that each of you want to answer or wish that you were able to get to.
I'm looking through the
Sorry,
chat now.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, as you all come through those, I do want to stress for our participants, we hear you and we see you that the chat is moving incredibly fast. We will be following up after the summit with all of the links and resources that are mentioned. So please do not stress if you miss any of those. We are collecting them and we'll make sure that you get to them. So now I'll turn it back over to Jen and Ricky if maybe there's one other question or piece of advice you want to provide before we turn it over to our contracting session.
Yeah, I think I know that in the questions that were submitted ahead of time and through, I think I've been seeing through the chat passing by, are a lot of questions, maybe related to is my particular business relevant for SBIR, STTR, let's say. And so, the general advice that I want to put out there is, first, definitely take a look at sbir.gov. And as I said, the definition of what research and development means can vary quite a bit depending on the missions of these different agencies. So taking a look at the whole database to figure out, has anything like what I'm thinking of been funded before? And then following up with, set up a time to, scope out all of these different agencies have very specific SBIR specific websites as well, so you can check those out. And then I will put in a plug for July, the America's Seed Fund Week. We used to have and hope to have in the future the SBIR Road Tour, where we bring all of those program managers out around the country and you can talk one-on-one with them. So there's some recordings from panels previously where you can dive far deeper into what is this program and should I spend more time researching it? So maybe I'll throw that in the chat too, some of these past panels.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jen. And Ricky, where should folks go to for any follow-up information? I know we provided the link for the SBIC directory. Are there any other resources you want to mention?
Just the SBIC directory is probably the best place for people looking for investments from an SBIC. To the extent that you also want to be able to contact someone in OII in particular, there is a link for OII.gov, I believe. It's also on that page. I'm sorry, it is asksbic@sba.gov. So the email address, asksbic@sba.gov. Forward any questions there and we'll be happy to respond.
Great. And Ricky, if I can ask before you jump off, if you could drop that email in the chat, I'm sure our participants would appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Well, Jennifer, Ricky, thank you again so much for your time and your amazing expertise. I hope for all of our high-tech entrepreneurs that are on the phone today, you have a little bit more information about America's Seed Fund and the SBIC program, and certainly know where to follow up for more information. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I am excited to transition to our second Ask an Expert session of the day, our government contracting and certification panel. So if any of you were able to join yesterday, I hope you're able to watch our amazing panel on government contracting and heard some amazing stories from women-owned small businesses that successfully navigated the contracting process and the certification process. So with that inspiration, I am now excited to welcome my SBA colleagues from the Office of Government Contracting and Business Development to join me on screen and provide an overview of their programs and respond to your questions. So Kaya, Cynthia, Valerie, Elisa, Simona, thank you so much for your time and joining us today. I'll turn it over to you, and you have until 2:15. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? I hope you've enjoyed the Women's Summit so far. And I look forward to being on this panel with my fellow government contracting and business development women today. I think real quick, if everyone could go around and just introduce themselves, what division you work in a little bit. I think we are allowed to give maybe like 2 minutes, and we'll go through and do that. So whoever would like to start first.
Well, I'll jump out there and begin. My name is Elisa Sheard. I am the Acting Deputy Director for the Office of Government Contracting, and I currently serve in the role as Acting Director for the WASB Federal Contracting Program. So the certification program for women-owned small businesses that are seeking to participate in set-asides that are for WOSB, women-owned small businesses, or economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses, our EDWSB. I'm happy to join you all today.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Cynthia Almendarez, and I work in the Office of Government Contracting and Business Development. Specifically, I am a business opportunity specialist in the Office of Certification and Eligibility. And at the Office of Certification and Eligibility, we're responsible for reviewing and processing applications for the 8A Business Development Program, as well as performing continuing eligibility reviews for the 8A Business Development Program. And our goal is to have a portfolio of 8A companies who are not only eligible, but are ready to fully participate in the program. And welcome, everybody.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kia Perrin. I'm the Deputy Director for the Technical Assistance Branch, and we oversee the 7-day Management and Technical Assistance Program, the free training that we provide to eligible small businesses, as well as 8A contracting, any actions or issues that come up from across the country. I am super excited to be here with you all and looking forward to answering any questions. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Simona Daffin, and I'm delighted to be here. Obo, thank you very much for this wonderful invitation. I am an analyst with the Women-Owned Small Business Federal Contracting Program under the Certification and Continuous Eligibility. We like to call our program WOSB, or WOSB program for short, since we talked about acronyms earlier and how lovely it is to know how to make them short. The WOSB program was put forth to help provide a level playing field for women to do business with the federal government. Our program allows contracting officers to do business across the federal government by putting aside contracts for certified women owners and economically disadvantaged women owners under specific eligible industries. Our WOSB program also allows contractors to make sole contract awards to women in businesses under certain thresholds. I'm looking forward to talk more about our program and respond to all your questions.
All right, and I guess I'm the last one. My name is Valerie Coleman. I'm the National Program Manager for the Office of Government Contracting in the 2 areas of prime contracting and our Certificate of Competency program. I think my claim to fame with SBA is that earlier this month, I began my 49th year with SBA. All of it's been in government contracting. I worked in the 8A program for a while, and then I was a procurement center rep stationed at Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas, where I'm very fortunate to be able to do my job. So I know we all look forward to answering your questions, and we got a few in already. And so I'm going to, we're all going to kind of piggyback on each other and answer your questions. And I will say one thing, that if we don't get to your question, at least if it's a government contracting question, If you would send an email to contracting@sba.gov, I help monitor that inbox. We'll be more than happy to get some information to you. And if it's okay with everyone, I'd like to start off with answering the first question, because we got this question in about 6 different variations. And it was, how do I get started doing business with the federal government? And so it's a process, as anything else. I think one of the things that you have to understand with government contracting, and it's what my son, who's 35 now, when he was 2 and he was fishing, I said, you must have patience. And so it's one of those things that you still have to have patience with us. But we do have a guide on how to do business with the federal government that we updated several months ago. And if you send an email to contracting@sba.gov, more than happy to send it to you. There are databases that you must be registered on before you even get started, because that's how you're going to get paid if you get a contract. And that guide tells you all of that information. So I don't want to take up a lot of time on the basics, but we also have certification programs, as you just heard, especially our WSBI program, which we're so proud to be able to have available. And so, Alyssa, you want to talk a little bit about your WSBI program?
Actually, I'm going to let Simona air and share that she's going to be our spokesperson for today, and I'm here to actually support Simona.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Elisa. As I said, I'm delighted to be here. And I would like to introduce some news about our program, brand new news. On March 18, which is exactly 2 weeks ago on Friday, our program published a new list of eligible industries, increasing the NAICS code list by 70%. When I introduced our office, I mentioned that our office does contracting under specific industries or under specific NAICS codes. We have increased the number from 444 to 759, and we couldn't be more delighted. 113 out of those NAICS codes are eligible for economically disadvantaged women-owned small businesses, also refer to them as WSBs, another acronym that I'm going to use throughout the day today. And I should mention that our new list of NAICS codes that have been put forth is as a result of a study that our SBA conducts every 5 years to identify women businesses where they have been underrepresented in the federal marketplace. So we are super excited to introduce this new list of NAICS codes. Please go to our webpage at sba.gov/WOSB ready. And please, please, please see the new list of NAICS codes and learn more about what primary NAICS codes you can use under our program to either qualify for the economically disadvantaged or the women-owned small business program. Well, what is the economically disadvantaged certification? It's a more restricted category under our program. And to qualify for that category, women owners have to submit, aside from their corporate documents, their financials, to make sure that they are under $175,000 for their threshold in net worth, under $375,000 in adjusted gross income for the last 3 years, and under $6 million in personal assets. And the next question comes, how do I apply? We're also very happy to introduce the fact that our program has underwent new changes. In October 15, 2020, WSB program changed to improve oversight as well as to maintain the integrity of our certification process and improve customer service. As of October 15, 2020, self-certifications for women-owned businesses have been discontinued. We have directed every single firm to go to our new platform and apply for the certification for the WOSB or the EDWOSB. And our platform is beta.certify.sba.gov. I'm going to ask Allison to please put it on the side so that everyone has access to our new platform. I will suggest that before you even consider applying for any of our certification, you go to a platform and at the top, you will see a tab for prepare. You will be able to see their information with requirements, what type of documentation are required for our WOSB or EDWOSB certification. The beta.certified.sba.gov also holds a knowledge base portion under the tab at the top, where you will have access to more resources in order to learn to navigate better the new platforms, such as how-to videos, FAQs, and other information that I strongly suggest any applicant, before diving in, go to do that. Now, what happens if you have never done business with the federal government and you don't even know if you qualify? Right there on beta.certified.sba.gov, you will see a tool that says, am I eligible? You have to answer a few questions, and there you have it. You are ready to do business with the federal government. Well, first you have to submit your application.
So that's great. We have several other federal certifications that you might be interested in. Cynthia, you want to talk, or Kia, either one want to talk about 8A, since we had several questions on that?
Sure. I can talk if you don't mind, Kia. Or okay, so the 8A Business Development Program, for those who are not familiar with it, it's a 9-year business development program. And the idea behind the program is it's to provide management assistance, technical assistance, and contracting assistance. That can include training, it can include counseling, and also marketing help. You also have access to federal surplus property. And the idea behind the program is to build capacity and grow your company so that you can be more connected. So as far as, I'll just give you some basic eligibility criteria. The company must be a small business. It must be at least 51% unconditionally owned and controlled by one or more socially and economically disadvantaged individuals who are US citizens. The company and its principals must have good character, and the company has to show potential for success. Now, I know there were some questions that we received ahead of time asking about potential for success. One of the elements of potential for success is what we call the 2-year rule. And your company must have 2 years of federal business tax returns showing revenue generation in the primary industry in which you're seeking certification. Now, if you have, if you're a brand new business, unfortunately, the 8A program is not for you. The 8A program is really for companies that have been around for a while and that want to grow and develop more and that now want to move into prime contracting with the government. So if you don't meet that 2-year rule, there is a waiver of that. However, it is a little bit more difficult to get in under the waiver. I do want to point out that the waiver is not a waiver of revenues, okay? Your company still must have completed work and generated revenues. It's a waiver of having 2 years of tax returns. So under potential for success, we also look at your company's financial condition. We look at the experience of the company's managers, and we look at a record of performance. So that's the basic eligibility criteria. So I do want to point out that it's just not a question of whether or not your company is eligible. You want to consider whether or not your company is ready to fully participate in the 8A program. As I mentioned, it's a business development program. It is self-marketing. There's no guarantee of contracts. One of the common misconceptions is that people think, oh, I'm going to get my certification and people are just going to start giving contracts to me. Unfortunately, that is not the way it works. You do have to go market yourself, talk to contracting officers, talk to the agencies. So you want to do some research before you apply. You want to find out, who is buying your product or service? How often do they buy it? Do they buy through the 8A program? And what are the size of the contracts? So some of the questions you want to ask yourself are, do you have the capacity to perform on government contracts? Do you have the necessary inventory? Do you have the business facilities? Do you have working capital? And so, prior to applying, we strongly encourage you to contact your local SBA district office, go to www.sba zip code, and it will give you a list of small business development centers, as well as procurement technical assistance centers, Service Corps retired executives, that's SCORE. So I would strongly encourage you to contact your local office to discuss whether or not the 8A program is a good fit for your company. Offices also have workshops that go over the eligibility criteria in detail, and that will give you an idea of whether or not it's a good time for you to apply. And I know Simona mentioned that there's a beta.certified.sba.gov. The online application for the 8A program, it's, we don't have the beta, it's just certified.sba.gov. Okay, and once you go there, there's all kinds of information. There's articles regarding, I would strongly encourage you to go to that website. You know, there's also the knowledge base there that has how-to videos if you're trying to figure out how to apply. And there's also step-by-step guides. So I'm going to give you our email address. It's 8A.
I think we have lost her because of the weather. So we will get that information in the chat to you. Do want to mention, go ahead, Kia.
I think she was going to say the email address 8aquestions@sba.gov.
Okay.
So that's definitely a resource. And I would also add to that, you know, when you're looking at how to start working with the government, I think it's also important to understand government contracting. It's very different from state and local and private. So it's important to know those differences. You know, I would suggest that you go on SAM.gov, you know, download a solicitation, see what the government expects, how you have to respond, understand the FAR, right? And because that's what the government uses when they are looking at their acquisition. So I think that that's really important. You need to understand the different types of contracts, right? If it's a cost type contract, you have to have an accounting system, an approved accounting system, things like that. So I think that it's important to understand that as you are coming into this arena and as you're looking at some of the certification programs, especially 8A. As Cynthia was saying, it's a 9-year program. Those 9 years can go really, really quickly. You don't want to come in the door, you know, kind of lose a couple of years to really just figuring out how to navigate in this space. You want to do that prior to coming into the program. You want to position yourself so you're, like I said, you're ready to receive. You're establishing those relationships with other companies, with other agencies, things like that. And as Cynthia said, who's buying what you're selling? What problem are you solving? Just being 8A isn't going to get you a contract. You have to kind of do the work. So I would just add that.
Thank you, Kia. I do want to mention the other 2 federal certification programs that are out there in case any of you all are interested. First is our Hub Zone, which stands for Historically Underutilized Business Zone. Not to be confused with some of the states who have hub programs, like here in Texas. So the criteria is a little bit different, but it's based on the location of your business, basically, and whether you're in an area of high unemployment or low income. It has nothing to do with ethnic or gender background. It has to do with that location. And if you're interested, like in all of our programs, you can go to www.sba.gov/hubzone to get information. It's a totally electronic application. And we do have goals to work with HubZone certified firms in the federal government. So we'd like to see more firms who are eligible to get certified. In the federal government also, we have a certification for service-connected disabled vets and vets, but at the present time, that is only with the VA. So right now, you can still self-certify that you're a veteran or a service-connected disabled vet to do government contracting, except with the VA or with any of the VA prime contractors. You must be certified through them. The certification with the VA, because of Congress, it is transferring over to SBA, probably early next year. And at that time, then all veterans and service-connected disabled vets will have to be certified for the government. But at this time, it is still a self-certifying process. A couple of other things, I've been monitoring the chat and some of the questions that came in. And I just wanted to talk about a couple of things that I've seen several times. One of them was asked, what do I do if I want to work with a prime contractor? Within SBA, we have a subcontracting program, and we have individuals in the subcontracting program called CMRs, our commercial market representatives. I had the good fortune when I was a PCR to also wear the CMR hat. And so I really love the program, because what it does is if other than small business, we don't say the word large, you're either small or you're other than small. If an other than small business gets a federal contract that's over $750,000 or $1.5 million if it's construction, and there are subcontracting opportunities, then they must do a subcontracting plan back to the agency where they got the contract to talk about how they're going to work with small businesses. And that also includes small disadvantaged businesses, of which the 8A folks are a subset. Women-owned small businesses and economically disadvantaged women are part of that. HubZone certified firms, service-connected disabled vets, and in subcontracting, we have veteran-owned small businesses. What our CMRs do is they go out and monitor the compliance of these large prime contractors to ensure that they are working to the maximum extent practicable with you as a small business. So if you are interested in finding out who your commercial market rep is, we have 6 areas in government contracting. So we have a commercial market rep in each one of the areas. You can go to sba.gov/federal contracting. And there's not only a listing of your commercial market reps, but if you want to talk to a PCR, a procurement center rep, about doing business with a particular federal agency, they will be happy to give you a listing of those federal agencies that they cover. Every single federal agency has what's called a small business specialist. That's your point of contact. It's not your brother's uncle, sister's aunt who used to work at Johnson Space Center, for example. I used to get that a lot. But there's a special office within each federal agency that deals with small business. The small business specialist is your go-between between you and the contracting officer. They can tell you what their agency buys. They can tell you what current contracts they have, who are the prime contractors. They can get you in touch with those prime contractors. So every agency has their own representative. And if you go to their websites, for example, they will give you a listing of their various procurement centers and their small business point of contact. Or you can go to the PCR that's on the SBA website and ask them for a listing. A couple of other questions that I saw were about subcontracting. And you know, a lot of small businesses actually start their federal career in contracting being a subcontractor before they become a prime. And that helps them get their foot in the door. And their experience being a federal subcontractor is very, very important to federal agencies because it shows that they've worked with a federal agency before in doing a federal contract. So just understand that we look at all types of experience. I know someone was talking about, well, I've never done a federal contract. And I always tell small businesses when I talk to them, guess what, folks? Boeing started with their first one. Everybody started with their first one. And this, well, I don't know if I can do it. Okay, well, let me give you an example. You're a painter, right? Yeah. You've painted walls. Yeah. Well, you can paint walls for the government. We may have a little bit more red tape, but you know, that shows that you have that experience and the background. We've also had a lot of questions that came in earlier and right now talking about SBA's Mentor Protege program and how it gets involved in federal contracting. Kia, is that something that you'd like to speak about? I think you're on mute, Kia.
Sorry about that. My phone
That's
was
okay.
on mute. Is there a specific question, Valerie, or?
They just want to know what is the benefits of getting into the mentor protege program? How will it help them?
Absolutely. So the Mentor Protege program is an excellent opportunity for firms to have a mentor and to develop capacity. Through that mentorship, you can receive capital, you can receive resources. That mentor can guide you. They can introduce you to government partners that they've worked with. They can also, from that mentor protege, you can form a joint venture that would be small, and you can go after contracts that are either set aside for small businesses, 8A, etc. And it just allows you to build capacity while having someone to help you through that process. There's some contracts that are quite large, and you may need those additional resources or that additional support to help you. I will say that it's very, very important when you're choosing your mentor, because you only get two with SBA's program, that you are careful. You know, we like to say, you know, kind of date before you get married. You want to get to know that mentor. You want to make sure that they're going to bring what you need to the table and that you add value as well. So you don't just want to say, oh, well, this person is making this much money or this person is there, so that I want them to be my mentor. It doesn't work like that. You kind of want to court, you want to date, get to know them, work with them prior. They should be mentoring you prior to getting into a formal mentor-protege relationship. But it's just an amazing opportunity to really take your business to the next level when you're clear about what it is that you want and what it is that you need. And that when you find the right mentor, that those pieces fit together.
Thanks, Kia. Now I'm going to go back to our WOSB folks, because one of the questions that I've seen on here also, and this would actually be for any of the certification programs, but they said, who can help me prepare my paperwork?
That's a great question. Go ahead.
That's a great question. Do you want to address it, Elisa? I'm happy to take the question. And I'm also happy to clarify that unlike the 8A program, the WOSB program does not have a requirement for an actual women-owned business to be in business for a specific number of years. That is why that tool that I mentioned earlier, I think is very relevant for our program. But I agree with my colleagues, you must be ready to do business with the federal government. Elisa, back to you. Would you like me to address that?
No, I was going to just list the available resources, our small business development centers, our procurement technical assistance centers, which are very good at assisting small businesses that are looking to specifically engage with the federal marketplace. They will have plenty of counselors that can assist you and guide you through application process, but also help you formulate a marketing strategy and doing the necessary research to be sure that you're approaching this in a successful manner and with a well thought out plan. Then there's also our Women's Business Center, which I know through this event that many of the sessions have highlighted the expansion of our women business centers and their availability to serve you all. And then I think there is a SCORE, of course. One of our most popular used services and resource partners are our SCORE counselors, which are typically retired executives or previous successful business owners that are available to provide counseling and guidance to small business owners that are looking to grow and expand their business.
That's great. Hey, Cynthia, a question that was related to 8A, but you know, you could answer that for any type of our programs, even just generic small businesses. But how do I find out what contracts are out there? I think you're on mute. There you go.
I am unmuted.
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. Okay, sorry about that. And sorry, I don't know what happened earlier when I was talking. Yes, so you want to do research on SAM.gov. when you go to sam.gov, you can click on contracting opportunities. And so you can find out what, you can put in your NAICS code or an industry, and it'll give you an idea of who is buying what. You also want to look at the forecast on the agency websites. Each agency has a forecast of what they're going to be buying, in the next fiscal year, including how they're planning on buying it. So that'll give you an idea of whether or not, okay, well, should I go market my company to, Department of Commerce? Are they going to be buying my product or service next year? If you look at the forecast and you figure out, oh, well, they're not planning on buying that until, 5 years from now because they just purchased it, then maybe you want to focus your marketing on another agency where a requirement will be coming out for your product or service. So that's what I would suggest.
And also, just to let you all know, every federal agency has what they call an acquisition forecast. This is kind of like their dream, if they had all the money in the world, what they would buy. So you can go onto their small business section and look up their acquisition forecast to see what they may be having come up. But let me just encourage you that if you do want to do business with an agency, that you get in touch with their small business specialist, because even though SAM is great, it only lists the acquisitions over 25,000. And if you'd like to start with something smaller, that small business specialist is going to be the person that's going to be able to tell you those lower dollar volume contracts that are available. And I always encourage people, they say, well, I want to start off with a big one. No, maybe you don't. Maybe you want to start off at those smaller ones and learn about the paperwork and learn everything you have to do and the checks and balances in doing federal contracting and build yourself up. One of the things I do when I teach Contracting 101 is I said we're gonna begin at pre-K. It's gonna be like school, pre-K. You need to do your registrations. You need to have a capability statement. We go through that. And then once you do that, then let's go up to elementary school and then junior high and then all it gets you off to the college level, because you can't go to college unless you know how to read and write, right? So you can't bid on a federal contract unless you've done all of this stuff first. And that's what the guide will help you with. The other thing is a question was asked, and whoever wants to take it, or I can take it, you all just let me know. Question came in, says, can you be a mentor and a protege both? Does anyone want to take that, or I'll be glad to do it? Up to me? Okay. The answer is yes. You can be a mentor and a protege at the same time. You could be a mentor because you're a subject matter expert in what you're doing and a small business wants to work with you. But there may be aspects of your business that you struggle with and you need someone to help you with that. So you could actually be a mentor and a protege at the same time, but they would need to be different types of subjects. We also had a question about what is the rule of two? We've heard a lot about the rule of two. The rule of two basically says that if a federal agency or a procurement center, as we like to call them, has at least two small businesses that are responsive and responsible and can give the government a decent price, competitive price, then we need to look at set-asides. So in the federal government, what we do is, as a procurement center rep, if I saw something coming to me that's full and open, which means everybody in the world can bid on it, I want to look to see if small business can do it first. But then I want to go drill it down into our socioeconomic categories. So when I look at something, can a woman-owned small business, can we do a set-aside for women-owned? Can we do a set-aside for HubZone certified? Can we do a set-aside for 8A? Can we do a set-aside for service-disabled vets? If we don't have that rule of two where we have two companies that can do it. Now, I had someone say, well, I own a restaurant. I could bid on this. Well, no, it's a construction job. So, we're looking to see if you have the technical capability to perform. So if we can get two in each of those categories, all of those programs are equal to each other. It's the contracting officer that makes the decision which set aside they want to use. And normally they're going to go with where they need to meet their goals the most. But that's why we highly encourage that once you get registered on the databases and you get registered in SAM, if you see what's called a sources sought, that you respond to it. A sources sought is when the government doesn't know which way they can go. Can they do a set aside of some type, or does it have to go full and open? This is when your competitors become your friends. You need to call them and say, hey, this is out there. We need to get this set aside. And so the more small businesses that respond, the more that an agency sees that small businesses are interested. It really hurts us when we know small businesses are out there and they don't respond to a sources sought. What it tells the agency is no one's interested. So we want to make everyone interested. So if we can't do one of those socioeconomic set-asides, then we do a small business set-aside. And that means any small business can bid. If we can't do a small business, we hate to sign off on it, but I guess we're going full and open, which means everybody gets to bid. Trust me, all of us that you have on the line, our job is to the maximum extent practicable, help small businesses obtain their certifications and be able to get federal contracts. And we can only do that if you help us do that. And you help us by getting certified, by keeping the databases up to date, by responding to sources sought, things of that nature. And I think as someone was talking about, or maybe it was Cynthia, is learn more about federal contracting. We're different than the city and the state. I've seen a lot of people say the government will accept my MWBE. MWBE is a city and a state acronym, Minority Women Business Enterprise. The government does not work with minority businesses. We work with disadvantaged businesses. Disadvantaged can get back into ethnic background, but we do have 8A firms that are not of an ethnic background. They were able to prove they're socially and economically disadvantaged. So when you see the term minority, that is usually city or state. Guys, you can have 50 certifications with the state. Federal government doesn't accept any of them. We go with ours, okay? So just be aware of that. The great thing though is in your state and your local government, a lot of them have reciprocity, which means if you get it at one, the other will accept it. So check out your local procurement technical assistance center that Kia was talking about. The greatest resource out there. Your tax dollars are already paying for it. Get with them. Talk to our SBDCs. Talk to your small business specialists. I just can't emphasize enough. We're out there to help you as much as we can, but you have to help us in return. And that's by making sure your certification packages are correct when they come in. PTAC can help with that. We've talked a lot about that. So we've had a couple of questions that have just come in about how long does it take? You've been talking about these certifications. Why don't you tell me how long it takes? So let's talk with WASB. Start with WASB first. You want to talk about the certification timeframe?
I would love to address that question. First, I would like to mention that to qualify for the Women-Owned Small Business Program, a firm must be small, as we already established, must be for a profit business. I have seen some questions in the chat asking if can a nonprofit qualify. Next, must be 51% owned and controlled by a woman who is United States citizen, or by more than one woman who are United States citizens. So if you're not a United States citizen, this program is not for you. Now, our program has received a very large number of applications since October 15, 2020. There's been a lot of interest. And at this time, it takes somewhere between 90 days to 120 days for us to process an application. The statute or the allows SBA under 13 CFR 127-304A for 90 days when applicable and receive the complete package. Now, can it take longer than 120 days? In some circumstances where we have complex documentation that we have to review, extended financial documentation, when we look at those ED-WASBs, or any other long documentation changes in ownership and so forth, it could take longer than 120 days. But typically at this time, we are somewhere around that realm. I hope this answered the question, Valerie.
Hey, Simona, one other item, I saw a repeated question. I see a lot of terminology of DUNS, and the federal government is going away from the term DUNS, D-U-N-S. We are moving to the term UEI, Unique Entity ID. So you would need to work with a SAM.gov process to look at how you go about getting a UEI assigned to your firm. And you will need that UEI to apply for any of our programs. For any of SBA's small business socioeconomic programs, you will need a UEI. So I just wanted to highlight that as well.
So a question came up. This is a good one. Can you be approved for one certification program and be denied for another? It's a good question. You know, in reality, I'm just going to say, in reality, a federal agency would love to have a woman-owned small business that got certified, who's also a service-connected disabled vet, who self-certified their small disadvantaged business and got certified HubZone, because that's a multiple count on all levels. But that doesn't happen. So I get calls all the time that say, well, I'm 8A, so I can't be HubZone or I can't be woman-owned. Would someone like to address that issue?
Sure, I'll take one. There are criteria that are spelled out for each of these programs, and they differ. So the qualifications and what that criteria are for HubZone is different than what it is for 8A. And then 8A's program requirements differ some from the WSB program. They are looking for specific, I guess, qualifiers, what I guess is the appropriate term to say there, for a particular business. So HubZones, it's about location and the employment of the community and those that are employed within that organization. Whereas for 8A, it's social and economic disadvantage status. And they also have criteria and qualifications of which social backgrounds, disadvantaged statuses are applicable to that program. And then there is a possibility of what is called preponderance in writing your circumstances and your situations to see if you would qualify for the 8A program. For the WSB program, Simona did a great job of explaining one or more women-owned small businesses that not only own the company, but they're also in control of the company. And your paperwork, I can't express that enough, your organizational documents, the documents that govern your business have to support that you are in control of that company. And I think that is one of our biggest challenges for a lot of our women-owned businesses is it's not just ownership, but it's also being sure that your organizational documents, those operating agreements, those bylaws, those partnership agreements, those pieces of things that govern how your business operates need to reflect that you are, in fact, in control of that company and you are making those final decisions as the woman boss that you are doing in those businesses. So I just want to express that it's so important that we see that reflected in your governing documents.
I'm more than happy to give an example of an 8A firm that has been approved for being disadvantaged. And when they apply for the economically disadvantaged, they've learned that the woman owner is not in control of the long-term decision-making, and she does not hold the highest officer position because maybe when she applied for the actual 8A program, at that time, she just needed the support of her minority owner. In this case specifically, if the woman owner is not the long-term decision maker, you will not qualify for a program.
And one question that came up a couple of times also in the chat and the Q&A, if you're denied WOSB certification, does that mean you can't bid on any set-asides? I mean, you can't bid on any contracts with the government?
Well, not on any contracts. We just won't be able to pursue the WOSB set-aside ones. Now, women owners, you can be a small business and still pursue small business set-asides. You can still pursue, if you satisfy the criteria, small disadvantaged business opportunities. So there are still other government contracting opportunities that are available until you're ready to satisfy those program requirements. So we'd like to see you come back and reapply.
I would also mention that it takes 90 days after the receipt of a decline for you to come back into the system and the system to allow you to resubmit your application. Of course, an explanation will be necessary to show us that you have cured the findings that put you in the decline category. But after 90 days, you can come back into our system and resubmit your documentation and reapply.
And I actually
Cynthia,
think that is a,
I'm sorry.
Valerie, no, Valerie, I will let you have the final word, and then we're going to transition to our next session. So I'll let you end here.
I'm going to let Cynthia answer one quick question that just came in because we get this a lot. Cynthia, I've already graduated from the 8A program. Can I keep saying that I'm small disadvantaged business?
So I'm actually going to have Kia answer that.
Okay, Kia?
Alrighty, keep putting myself on mute. I believe it's 3 years. I actually will need to check on that. I don't want to give any misinformation, but I believe so.
Okay. All right, Allison?
All right, well, thank you so much to you all. And I think first and foremost, we need to give, and I know the audience was doing this at the start, a huge round of applause for Valerie and her amazing 49 years of service. I think that's something it was so evident, Valerie, in your comments and your passion and desire to help. So thank you, Val, for all your amazing service, and to all of you for participating on the panel today. I know for myself, the last 45 minutes went by in the blink of an eye, and I'm sure it did for our audience as well. We will again follow up with the amazing links, resources, email addresses that were mentioned here today, so you all can follow up and find the information that you need. So again, to my colleagues in the Office of Government Contracting and Business Development, thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
So before we transition to our next session on accessing SBA resource providers, I'm excited that we're going to take another quick trip across the country to Atlanta, Georgia. We will be hearing from Rebecca Reeves. She's going to be telling us a little bit about herself, her journey, and her company, and how she has been successful in contracting at the federal and also the city and state level. Rebecca, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Reeves. I'm with Reeves and Associates, and I am the president, the CEO, and the founder of this company. I hope you're enjoying your summit. I'm coming from Atlanta to speak with you briefly. So I'd like to tell you just a bit about my company. For approximately 10 years, I was a consultant providing a range of professional services, primarily under the umbrella of consulting and training. I worked largely with state and local government entities and nonprofits. And 2001, I shifted over to become a full-fledged company. Again, the company's name is R.K. Reeves and Associates, Inc. When I shifted over, within a couple of years, my company was certified for 8. As a result, that led us into the federal arena. One of the challenges in entering the federal arena, at least for our company, was that we hadn't really done business at that level of government. And the challenge was how to actually get the company recognized for its offerings and continuing to enjoy the success that we had enjoyed in the previous iteration of the company. I contacted our local SBA office, and I was assigned a business opportunity specialist. And the world of business changed for us at the federal level because of that. Our business opportunity specialist, I would say, was a door opener for us. She was a person that we were able to ask questions that we might not have asked others because we thought they would have been dumb questions. And she was a person who came out often to visit with us and get to know us. In fact, I would say that nearly every resource that we accessed with the SBA came to our attention through her bringing it to us. I can remember that when I was seeking to learn more about federal regulations, she pointed me to a workshop that was being scheduled by our local SBA office that covered the FAR. That was very instructive and helped us on our journey to being a very sound company. Other resources that we were able to take advantage of included matchmaking sessions that were scheduled periodically by the SBA. That's where we were able to find some partners on some of the contracts that we were able to take advantage of over the years. Also, the forecasts that are available, we were able to access and learn more about the upcoming opportunities. I remember in particular that our business opportunity specialist actually spent a little time with us at our office, helping us to identify some of the expiring contracts that were coming up and walking us through how we could potentially contact some of the current contract holders. And that was fairly helpful to our company. Today, while we have expanded our reach and we've continued to work in the federal sector, most of our work is being done across government entities with a strong focus on local government. Also today, our company, RK Reeves and Associates, has brought over its core capabilities to the environmental sector. That is proving to be an excellent bridge for us, and we are poised to do really well in this next year with the infrastructure package that Congress passed. And again, I would say that our road to this point has been largely driven by being aware of and tapping into the numerous resources that are available through the SBA. I hope that.
Rebecca, thank you so much for sharing a little bit more about your journey and your business, RK Reeves Associates. Again, I think a big takeaway from hearing from Rebecca in September earlier in our most recent session on contracting, really use your SBA district office. Those business opportunity specialists are there to help and will do all they can and try to meet you where you are. So now that we've heard so much about the SBA district offices, I'm excited now to invite my colleague from the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, Shaylee Holloway, to the screen. Shaylee will be providing advice and expertise on how to access our amazing network of SBA-funded resource providers. So Shaylee, in her role, leads initiatives to expand equitable access to SBA's National Resource Network, including our Small Business Development Centers, our Women's Business Development Centers, SCORE, and the Office of Entrepreneurship Education. Shaylee, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm excited for the audience to be able to engage with you, and you have until 3:05. Over to you.
Fabulous. Thank you so much, Allison. And thank you for your tremendous leadership in this phenomenal summit. I know I've shared a bit with you, Allison, about just how important Women's History Month and the Women's Business Summit are to me personally. I'm the product of a woman entrepreneur. My mom started her small business, a financial services company, when I was growing up. And I remember the tears and the incredibly challenging moments that she went through. And I also remember the deep, deep pride that she took in her business. It's her that inspired me to attend an all-women's college. And then later when I went to business school, I mentored young women who are interested in entering business. And I came to the SBA most recently to be a part of the team that's the voice for America's 32.5 million small businesses and innovative startups. And Administrator Guzman frequently tells us that she wants each and every small business owner to feel like the giants that they are in our economy. And that means so much to me as I think about my mom and the giant she is in my life. It is such an honor to be here today with you to talk about the Office of Entrepreneurial Development at the SBA. And OED, as we like to call it, is really the technical resource arm of the SBA. And I have to tell you, when I joined SBA, I was like, what does that mean, technical resources? Really, what we're talking about is our network of resource partners that are the boots on the ground in your communities. They are the people who can provide you with mentorship and counseling. We also have technical resources, education materials, and training curriculums that are online, that are free for you to avail yourself of at any time. And so my goal today is to give you tangible resources and tactical advice that you can use to help yourself start or grow your business. And I'm going to start us off by giving a brief overview of OED to give you a little bit of context on our office. And then I'm going to dive into some of the questions that all of you have already submitted. And of course, I'll take some live questions. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I want to first contextualize the SBA's Office of Entrepreneurial Development within the whole context of the SBA. So the SBA is big. I know you can't even read, I can't even read the fine print on this screen, but the message here is that the Office of Entrepreneurial Development is really just one small sliver of the SBA. And I can't tell you how proud I am to work at the SBA. We used to say that the SBA was the best kept secret of the federal government. And now that we've been responsible for so much of the pandemic relief for small businesses, that definitely isn't true anymore. The cat's out of the bag.
I'm sorry to interject. We cannot see your screen.
Oh, thank you. Can you see it now?
Yes, looks great.
Fabulous. Thanks, Allison. Really what we have here, as you can see, is a big messy org chart. And the bottom line is that the Office of Entrepreneurial Development is really just a small sliver of it. I am going to focus my commentary on OED's mentoring and counseling programs and educational resources that you as small business owners can take advantage of. But as you can see, there is so much to the SBA. We have so many offices. I know that you just heard about the great work that's happening out of our Office of Government Contracting and Business Development. And I also want to put a plug in right after my session. You're going to be able to hear from some of my colleagues about export and international trade. And even after that, a topic that I know is very top of mind for many of you, loans and microfinance. So what I really want to instill here is that we have a lot of resources. The SBA is truly a powerhouse. And and what I'm sharing with you is really just a small sliver of those resources. The Office of Entrepreneurial Development has a mission to help small businesses start, grow, and expand by providing quality training, counseling, and access to resources. And I'm going to share with you the three the three main buckets of technical assistance, of support that you can avail yourself of that I'm going to be talking about today. Our first sliver are our resource partners, our network of small business development centers. These are literally brick and mortar stores that you can walk in, locations that you can walk into across the country. We have 62 lead centers and over 900 service centers nationwide and in territories. Our women's business centers, we have over 140 nationwide. We recently launched 2 in Puerto Rico. We have 1 in Tulsa, 1 in Rochester. And then we also have SCORE, which is another component of our technical assistance ecosystem. And that has over 10,000 volunteer mentors that are spread across a local footprint of over 250 chapters. And they have an incredibly robust online platform. So that's that first stripe here, are our resource partners. And I'm going to be getting into those a little bit more later. Our second stripe here is our Community Navigator pilot program. This was an $100 million program that was created through the American Rescue Plan. And really what we're doing here is we are granting 51 organizations and giving them the opportunity to work with over 450 local organizations nationwide to essentially reach those small business owners that we have had trouble reaching in the past. It's really designed to reduce barriers that all types of small businesses, including those owned by women and veterans and those from rural communities and communities of color, often face in accessing critical support. The final stripe here is our online learning initiative, and we have so many online resources. I cannot stress that enough. We have an incredible online learning platform, and I think today you're going to hear me talk a lot about Ascent, which is our platform that's specifically targeted at women business owners. I think it's really important to also share that we do a lot of other things in the Office of Entrepreneurial Development as well. We have cybersecurity grants, we have regional innovation clusters, but I really wanted to focus on these 3 stripes with you today, because these are the resources that you can go out today, this afternoon, and take advantage of. And I think that you're going to be really impressed by the power of these resources. So with that little bit of an overview and giving you some context on the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, I want to dive into some of the questions that you've already asked and pre-submitted. And I've been noticing a lot of themes to these questions. And I'm going to start with the questions that we received around how do you even get started? How do you start a small business? One of the questions that really touched me, one of you in the audience said, I need help. I'm starting my own company and I have no experience. I don't know where to start and what to do. What's the best place to start when starting a new business? Is it the license? Is it the location? Is it an advisor? And I wanted to start here because I can imagine that so many of you today joining us can really relate to that feeling that this small business owner who's here with us today submitted. It is hard to start a small business, and I want to take the opportunity to tell you that you are brave. It takes tenacity, it takes grit, it takes resilience, it takes a healthy dose of self-confidence to be able to start your own business. And I want to take the opportunity to thank all of you for taking that ultimate American step of starting your own business, or at least exploring that opportunity. And we are here to help in the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. My biggest advice to you in terms of where to start is to speak with an advisor. It is free. An advisor can help you work on your strategy for determining a location. And an advisor can help walk you through the license requirements. And you can find an advisor today at sba.gov. And I'm actually going to pull up the website onto my screen. And I know that all of you are in front of your computers right now. So I know that you can follow along with me, but I want to show you just exactly how you do this. So this is the sba.gov website. And you can see here actually that we feature the Community Navigator pilot program prominently right here. How do you find a small business advisor, a counselor, a mentor? You go to the upper right-hand corner, you click local assistance, and that brings you to a page where you can literally type in your zip code. Now, I just moved to Washington, D.C. Last August, and my zip code is 20005. So I'm gonna use that as an example. And you can see just in my neighborhood, just in my zip code, there are five resource partners that I can avail myself of. And here you can literally find the locations and the addresses of the locations that you can walk into or that you can call or schedule an appointment with. This is a tremendous resource. This is how you get that one-on-one counseling and support. And if it were me, that's where I would start. That is the best place to start. We also received a lot of questions about funding your startup. How do I get funds? One of the questions that we received is, what is the best option to obtain funds for a first-time business owner? How do I get a loan as a new business owner? Now, of course, that is going to heavily depend on the nature of your business. And I highly recommend that you meet with an advisor to talk through your options and talk through the nuances of your business. I think one rule of thumb that I'd want to share is that if you do decide to go get a loan through a local bank or a CDFI, if you partner with your SBDC or your WBC or your SCORE advisor, and you determine that that is the right avenue for you, get to know your banker, work with her or with him, and make sure that they understand your business. There is this saying that, get to know your banker before you need them, before you need a loan. I think that is so true. And your local resource partner, your advisor, can help you match you with the right source of capital. And if that's a loan, can help match you with the right lender. I also want to put a plug in for online resources. Maybe you're not entirely ready to go get in-person counseling. Maybe you want to do a little bit of exploring on your own first. You can also access resources on access to capital. Educate yourself online at sba.gov. So I'm going to go back ahead. I'm going to pull up the SBA website again just to show you how to do that. So let's go back to the homepage. Here we're on sba.gov, and we have this great learning platform right here. I'm going to click on it, and you can see all of the different online programs. But the one I really want to highlight for you today is Ascent. That is our online platform for women. And it's broken up into these things called journeys, which are essentially little modules on specific topics that can help you, help yourself brush up on different areas. And we have one journey, it's called Journey 5, that is all about accessing capital and figuring out what type of funding is right for you. So if you're not ready to get that sort of in-person counseling with an advisor or online with a virtual advisor, I definitely recommend that you check out Ascent and look at the access to capital journey. Another question that I saw a lot of is, how do I obtain funding without a loan? Again, that is going to be very nuanced to your particular business situation. But what I do want to say here is that we see small business owners explore loads of options. We see small business owners exploring grants, crowdfunding, peer-to-peer lending, pitch competitions. You could go a venture capital route. You can find angel investors. There are a lot of options out there to get funding without a loan if you're not ready for a loan or you're not comfortable with getting a loan. Another question that we saw a lot of is, what do I need to do to find someone to help set up the financials and tracking for my new business? I definitely recommend that when you connect with your SCORE, your SBDC or your WBC resource partner, that you ask them for help connecting you with financial advisors in your community, financial advisors like my mom, if that's a route that you want to go. Our network of resource partners and our SBA field offices, for that matter, that I know that we just talked about in the last segment, they have connections to accountants and tax preparers and financial advisors in your community, and they can recommend someone for you to partner with. If you're not ready for that, we also have plenty of online resources for you. So Ascent, which I just showed you before, that online learning platform for women, we also have a module or a journey in Ascent. Journey 4 is all about how do you devise a financial strategy for your business. So that's definitely something I recommend you check out. The next set of questions that you asked were around mentorship. And one of the questions that was submitted was, where can I get one-on-one counseling or a mentor? And I wish I could phone the audience right now, because I feel like you already know what I'm going to say. There are literally thousands of locations across this country where you can get free counseling in person through our network of resource partners. And you can go to that sba.gov, go to local assistance and type in your zip code to find one near you. That is where you can go to find in-person counseling and assistance, but we also have plenty of virtual assistance that is provided through those resource partners. SCORE literally has over 10,000 online mentors that are ready to meet with you virtually. Another question that we've received a lot of is, how can the SBA help me get connected with a mentor in my specific sector, like in the manufacturing sector? Our network of resource partners can definitely help you help you find the right mentor for you. I recommend going online to SCORE, because because of their great scale, they have so many resource partners, advisors that are really specialized in a particular industry. So let's say that you're interested in going to real estate. You can find an advisor that had a tremendous career in real estate and is retired and wants to mentor people, and you can find that right advisor for you. I definitely recommend all of our resource partners can help you find a mentor that's specific to your sector, and specifically SCORE, I think, is a great option for that. The next question is one of my favorite questions that we received. Can I work with an SBA or an SBDC? Those are the Small Business Development Centers office. And also, we have our women's business centers and our SCORE chapters as well, outside of a specific region. Answer for this is super quick. Yes, you can. The next question here, and I loved this question, how to keep motivated. How do you keep motivated when you're building a business and there's no one in your city to guide you? I want to challenge the premise of this question a little bit. As I've mentioned, we truly have thousands of locations across the country with mentors ready to help you. So it is unlikely that you live in an area where there is no one in your city to guide you. But let's say you really are isolated or you don't feel comfortable going in person. I've already talked about, there are plenty of online mentorship options. All of our resource partners can have options around virtual counseling, and it's all free. I also recommend that you hook up with other business owners in your communities, either in person where you live or online. Go over and talk. If let's say you have a storefront, go talk to that woman business owner who owns the flower shop next to you. Chances are that they're probably feeling a lot of the same concerns that you do. And I definitely recommend that we've seen so much success in small business owners truly building entrepreneurial communities where they live. I also want to highlight something new here in this presentation, which is the SBA's Emerging Leaders Program. So if your business has revenues greater than $250,000 per year, the Emerging Leaders Program could be a really great opportunity for you to build your network and to keep motivated. This is an intensive executive level series, and really it's intended to accelerate the growth of high potential small businesses in underserved communities. We created it here at the SBA, and it really draws on the experiences of advisors and business leaders in urban communities across the country. It really it's a comprehensive curriculum, and it gives you the tools that you need to catapult your company to the next level. Definitely recommend looking into that if you're looking for that sort of leadership training and you're ready to supercharge your small business. Again, you can find all of the information about the Emerging Leaders Program on the SBA's website. All right, so you started up your business, small business. You're not over the hump yet. This is just the beginning. And we had a lot of questions that came in from small business owners that are clearly working through the struggles of trying to grow and sustain their small business. One of the questions that we've received so many times is, do you have any recommendations for strategies to attract and retain employees? And I am going to go ahead and share two. This is my own personal opinion, but I have seen two really critical factors in attracting employees and retaining employees that have really made small businesses successful. The first one is setting development plans for your employees, asking them, what are your goals? What are you trying to get out of this job? What can I do to help catalyze that? How can I support you in your career goals, in your career growth? And then you work on a plan together. How do we get from where we are right now to where you want to be? Development plans really are a tremendous way to show employees that you are committed to their growth, and truly they go a long way in building trust and, quite frankly, transparency. The second thing that I want to highlight today is the importance of incorporating childcare strategies into your business model. This helps you attract and retain talent. Can you be flexible in your working arrangements? Many small business owners can't be. Many small business owners say, I need someone to be here from this hour to this hour, and they need to be in person. But if that's not the case for your business, can you figure out ways to be flexible in the working arrangements, whether it's flexible hours, in-person versus virtual, in order to support your employees in being able to stay with you on the job? We all know, I think, especially as women, that this has been a tremendously challenging time for women in the workplace. It has been, women have borne the disproportionate share of childcare burdens historically, and that has been exacerbated by this pandemic. And the more that we can do to help women with flexible working arrangements so that they can ensure that their children are safe and cared for, the more you're going to be able to not only attract employees who find that as an attractive value prop, and I think we can all as women relate to why that would be so important to us, but also it's very helpful for employee retention if you can be flexible with your employees in helping them adapt to their childcare needs. Even just going as far as knowing where the nearest childcare facility is and being able to recommend that to a prospective employee truly goes a long way. So the development plans and the childcare strategies are two things that I really wanted to hammer home here, but also putting in a plug for all of our favorite platform, Ascent. We also have a module in Ascent called Your People, and that is all about how can you recruit, hire, and retain the right people for your business. I think a lot of you are going to chuckle at this next question, which is, where can I get access to all of the government contracting opportunities without paying so much money to get started? So you just heard from the experts on federal procurement certification. So I am not going to pretend to know more than they do in that area. But I do want to call out for those of you who might have just recently joined the session that it is possible that you could qualify, your small business could qualify as a woman-owned small business. The federal definition is having not less than 51% unconditionally and directly owned and controlled by one or more women who are United States citizens. So if that applies to your business and you're interested in federal contracting, definitely visit certify.sba.gov. And of course, Ascent also has a module on government contracting. It's Journey 6, so you can learn more about government contracting there. I think this next question is very specific. What are some marketing strategies that I can utilize for my commercial cleaning business? Now, I am going to go ahead and assume that not all of you operate commercial cleaning businesses, but I do want to speak more broadly to what are some great ways to advertise to grow your business without spending thousands of dollars. I'm going to share 3 that we've seen small business owners be really successful with. So the first one is social media. Facebook, LinkedIn, Google. Those are all free, as we all know. And when you post, I'd recommend that you ask your friends and family to comment or share your post so that it grows in visibility, and ask them to do that within the first hour or so of when you made that post, because that actually increases the virality of the post. So that's a little tip on how to make sure that you have a strong social media presence. It's free and it's a really great way to grow awareness for your small business. The second is review platforms. Now, this might not be applicable to everyone's small business, but it is applicable to most. You want to make sure that you have Google reviews and Yelp reviews. You probably have very satisfied customers, and you want to direct them to those review sites, because that is another free way to advertise for your business. The third thing that we've heard from small business owners that has been really impactful for them is attending networking events in their own community. This is a really great way to get the word out about your business, and it can just be a really nice way to connect with other small business owners, and maybe some of them are facing some of the same challenges that you are. When I was growing up, I saw my mom struggle with her small business. There were some very, very hard days, and it felt very isolating. And she frequently questioned herself. And it wasn't until she joined a local business community, a small business group. It was about 20 women who owned small businesses in the town that I grew up in, right outside of Boston, that I really saw her take those challenges. And she heard from her peers about how she could actually address, what can she do? What are the strategies that you can employ? Or honestly, just having a sympathetic ear, being able to share your challenges and to talk over ideas with someone who really gets where you're coming from. I really can't stress the value of that enough. So attending networking events in your community, great for evangelizing your small business. Also really great for sustaining your confidence and momentum as a small business owner. Last plug here, definitely recommend that you optimize your marketing strategy. You can ask your customers, like, how did you find out about our business? That is a free way to get intel, marketing intel. And it's truly one of the best ways for you to figure out how you're going to optimize your marketing strategy. So that's another free thing that you can do to support your small business's growth. There's plenty more information about this in Ascent. There's a whole strategic marketing module. Alrighty, I'm going to move on to my favorite section of questions, which I'm calling the grab bag. These are a bunch of random questions that we got. I wanted to highlight a few of them because I thought some of you might find them interesting or applicable to your small business. The first one is, do you have any advice for finding a technical co-founder as a non-technical founder of a tech company? A lot of techs in that question. My advice in this case is to ask friends who don't have that area of technical expertise what you should be looking out for, what questions you should be asking that potential technical co-founder. Another piece of advice that we have heard has been very successful with small business owners. If you do decide to bring on a technical co-founder, if you're going to do an equity split, many advisors will suggest that you don't do that up front. You should probably work together with the person, see how much time each of you is putting in, how much value each of you are bringing to the table before you decide on an equity split. That is one piece of advice that we've heard from a lot of small business advisors. Another grab bag question is, what is or are your favorite resources for continuing education? How do you keep growing mentally each year? Now, this one really resonated with me because that's something I struggle with myself. It was so great looking back on my years in school, being able to have my full-time job, just being learning and growing. But that's not the case anymore. And especially I know as I'm talking to the group on this call, this group of small business owners, you don't have a lot of time. So what I do personally is I listen to podcasts. I can brush my teeth and listen to a podcast. I can take a shower. I can cook breakfast, and I can listen to podcasts to get my news and to expand my horizons. Now, this isn't an endorsement at all for any particular podcast, but I will share a few that I listen to. On the entrepreneurial side, I love NPR's How I Built This. I also like Robinhood's Snacks Daily, which gives an update on these are some new businesses that are emerging, or these are really interesting pivots that businesses are doing. I love to hear all about that. In terms of the news, I also listen to NPR's Up First and the New York Times. This is a daily. So plug for podcasts, really great when you're time strapped. All right. I want to make sure, because I know that a lot of you have questions around exporting and especially about financing. So I want to make sure that I put in a plug for the other sessions that are happening later today. The sessions on export and international trade right after me, and then loans and microfinance at 4. I'm going to dive into some of the questions that we received right now. But if I don't get that we received in the chat, but if I didn't get to your question, please shoot us an email at OED, that's the Office of Entrepreneurial Development, my office at the SBA, at sba.gov. Alrighty, so now let's take some live questions. I'm going to stop sharing my screen and I'm going to dive into the Q&A here. All right. Someone asked, does SCORE include sector-specific mentors? I've developed a consumer product and I'd like to explore getting it manufactured. The manufacturing sector is scary to me. I've inquired with some manufacturers and they don't take me seriously. I could really use a mentor to help me navigate this sector. Yes, 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 we absolutely do. I know that I mentioned that earlier. You can definitely find a sector-specific Mentoron score with over 10,000 mentors. You're bound to find one that's in manufacturing. And kudos to going into manufacturing. It's a very difficult industry. All right. Next question. If you are signed up with an SBDC office but haven't been receiving the assistance that you need, can you request to be reassigned to a different office? First of all, I'm sorry that you haven't been receiving the assistance that you need, but absolutely, yes, you can avail yourself of any one of our resource partners in any one of our offices. Like in this case, my recommendation to you would literally be to go to that sba.gov, go to get local assistance and find a different one. And make sure that you find the right mentor for you. Our resource partners are incredibly talented, and across our network, we have a lot of counselors that specialize in different things. So let's say that you need help with cybersecurity, for example, and the local small business development center that's closest to you doesn't specialize in cybersecurity. You can go to a different one. So I can't underscore that enough. All right. Can you list the podcasts that you mentioned? Yes, but I really want to underscore that this is not an endorsement. NPR is how I built this. Robinhood Snacks Daily. NPR is, New York Times is the Daily. And NPR is up first. All right. Allison, I know we have a lot of questions coming in and you've been monitoring the chat. Any key themes that you might want to pull out right now of any questions?
I think one good one, Shaylee, and this is kind of touched upon the theme that you had earlier in terms of networking and finding your community. Does SBA have any networking opportunities rather than just training opportunities?
That is such a great question. And yes, they really are through the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. So you're asking the right person. Those, our network of resource partners and our SBA field offices oftentimes host in-person events that are really great opportunities for networking. They definitely host a lot of trainings where you can attend network, but they oftentimes host business owner meetups. They host job fairs where you can help, where you can find employees, or if you know a friend who needs a job, please point them towards a job fair that's hosted by one of our resource partners. So yes, you can find networking opportunities, and they are through this network of resource partners that we've been talking about today.
Amazing. And I think another good question that I see in the Q&A box, and a lot of times we talk about, have a business plan, and SBA does have an amazing business plan template, and we can drop the link to that in the chat. But this participant is asking, are there any resources for an effective business exit strategy?
Oh my gosh, yes, that is such a good question. I'm so glad that you asked this. Yes, business transitioning your small business's ownership is so important. It is, I know the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into creating your small business. And you want to make sure that if you are going to sell it or you're going to retire, that it's going to go into the right hands. And you want to make sure that you're getting sufficiently compensated for whatever that exit strategy is. Yes, there are plenty of resources through the SBA, through our network of resource partners on exit strategies. Employee ownership stock plans are very important. It's actually one of the most important ways to build generational wealth. It's one of the ways that we're going to be able to create a more equitable future for America's small business owners. And there are plenty of resources about that on that. So if you go to literally any of our resource partners websites, America's SBDC, which is ASBDC, our women's business centers score, you will find plenty of information on transition plans, including your options for employee stock ownership plans, and definitely recommend that you talk through your options with an SBA advisor or resource partner advisor.
Amazing. So happy that we had that in the conversation today, because just as important as starting is how you finish and transfer that business.
Absolutely. And I know that we're coming up on time here, Allison, but I just wanted to, close out our session by saying you are doing an amazing job. It is hard being a woman and starting your own small business, and it is a brave endeavor, and it is an American endeavor. And we know how difficult it is. And we want you to know that you are not alone. There are plenty of resources. There are people who want to meet with you in person to talk you through whatever it is that you need, whatever decisions you need to make, because you need to make a lot of them. So please reach out to our network of resource partners. Please feel free to shoot us questions at OED, at that email inbox that I shared with you. We are here to support you.
Absolutely. Shaylee, thank you so much, one, for your time and your incredible expertise. And also, I can't echo your sentiments more loudly or more strongly. We are honored to be here to support all of you, and that is what we are doing, whether it be through the WBC network, the Women's Business Centers, and the Office of Women's Business Ownership, or amazing Small Business Development Centers in the SCORE program, and the Office of Entrepreneurial Development. So Shaylee, thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you, Allison.
All right, everyone. Well, we acknowledge we have been moving incredibly quickly today. So we are going to take a quick 4-minute break, so everyone has a chance to take a breath, get up, stretch, grab a drink of water. So we will be back at 3:10. Thank you. Hello all, welcome back. I hope you all were able to take a breath during that break. We are now moving into our final two Ask an Expert sessions of the day. So again, thank you to Shaylee for those incredible insights on SBA's resource providers in providing the information of where you can find and access the resources, programs, and technical assistance to overcome your business challenges. So now, as we've been thinking a little more locally, we're now going to move globally with exporting and international trade. I'm now excited to welcome my SBA colleagues from the Office of International Trade, Sarah Bonner and Christine Brown. Sarah is a Senior International Trade Policy Specialist with the Office of International Trade, and Christine is a Director of Trade Policy. I am now excited to hand it over to them to provide their amazing insights and advice on how you can consider expanding your customer base and looking internationally with exporting opportunities. Sarah and Christine, I'll hand it over to you.
Great, thanks, Allison, and good afternoon to everyone. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day to join this Ask the Expert session on international trade. As Allison was saying, my name is Christine Brown. I'm the Director of Trade Policy in SBA's Office of International Trade, and I'm joined by Sarah Bonner, who serves on my team as a Senior International Trade Policy Specialist, and we're both really excited to be here and be part of the Women's Business Summit. And I caught the end of the last session with Shaylee, and I think we have a lot to live up to. Anyways, I hope you all were able to join the exporting and e-commerce session yesterday, where SBA's Associate Administrator for International Trade, Gabriel Esparza, moderated a panel of women who shared their knowledge and experience on global markets. We heard from two amazing women business owners, Angie Yu, who's the founder and president of Two Rivers Fisheries, and Rahama Wright, who's the CEO of Yalen. And we heard from Bridget Antwi of the North American Small Business segment at PayPal, and Jill Malandrino, a global markets reporter at NASDAQ. If you haven't had a chance to see that yet, I highly recommend you watch the recording. Today we'll be answering questions that we received during the summit about importing and exporting, accessing credit export, and a variety of other topics related to international trade. If you have a question during the session, you can place it into the Q&A function, and if we don't get to it today, we encourage you to connect with us at international@sba.gov, and we'll respond personally to any emails that we get. Just a little bit of background before we get started. Our office, SBA's Office of International Trade's mission is to enhance the ability of small businesses to compete in the global marketplace. And we have a wide range of programs and services to help you in your export journeys. Those programs and services generally fall into three baskets. We have advice and counseling, we have a grant program, and we have loans. We work closely in cooperation with other federal agencies and SBA resource partners, including women's business centers, to encourage women, small businesses, and entrepreneurs to participate in global trade. We work with all of you to help you sell into international markets, because we know this gives small businesses the potential to grow revenues, diversify your customer base, and increase profits. And from the studies and our experience, exporting companies are generally more resilient, financially stable, they expand faster, and they create American jobs with higher wages. So let's dive into the questions that were submitted ahead of time. I just want to say that we were really impressed with the questions that we received. And there was some overlap in some of the questions. So as we go through the questions, we've grouped sort of similar questions together, just to give us enough time to get through all the questions that we received. Also, I know we've already talked about a couple of resources, but as we go through, we're going to be talking about a lot of resources and information that are out there to help you. We'll be putting links for the resources into the chat. But you can also always go to our Trade Tools website for information and resources to support you in your trade journey. And that will be the first link that we put into the chat. And I will do that while I ask Sarah to mention the first question that we have coming in.
Thank you, Christine, and good afternoon to all the participants today. The first question that I pulled is about whether or not there's grants available for women-owned businesses.
Yeah, great. I think from the question that was just my intro, you know already that the SBA's Office of International Trade does have a grant. So there's the good news, and it's a common question that we get. We know that trade, expanding into new markets, whether they're domestic or international, costs money. And so we want to help small businesses as much as we can. The grant program that we have, our office, the Office of International Trade, administers the State Trade Expansion Program, more commonly known as STEP. Through participating U.S. states and territories, STEP provides grants to assist small businesses in export development activities. So a STEP grant can help you cover the costs associated with all sorts of things related to export development through reimbursement. This includes trainings to learn how to export, participating in foreign trade missions and trade shows, and that includes virtual shows, obtaining services to support foreign market entry, translating websites to attract foreign buyers, obtaining market intelligence, and doing initial market checks, and also designing international marketing products and campaigns. So a lot of different things can be covered, and that's just sort of a short list to give you a sense of what can be covered. I also wanted to know we're going to be talking about a lot of the other programs and services that the federal government offers, such as those from the U.S. Commercial Service, find foreign buyers, or the Patent and Trademark Office to help you make sure that your trademarks and patent protections are protected in other countries. And the costs associated with those programs can also be covered by STEP. As I mentioned, the program runs through participating states and territories, and each state is a little bit different in how they run the program. So it's really best to start by finding out if your state or territory offers STEP grants, and then visit the individual websites for more information. We're going to be putting the link to the SBA STEP website in the chat. You can link to the list of participating in states and territories, as well as their individual websites, which will include eligibility requirements and how to apply. You can also speak with your local WBC or SBDC or VBOC counselor about what your state supports and what parts of your export plan might make sense to apply for support around. One thing we wanted to note about the STEP program is it's really designed for businesses that already have sort of a demonstration of success in the United States, and you're sort of you're looking to expand into an international market, or maybe you're adding to the markets that you're already selling to. Generally, this means you have 2 years of business experience, and we always recommend that you work with your local WBC to help you make the application to the STEP program and to review your export plan and your approach. Again, there's a lot more information available on the STEP website that I saw. The link was put in the chat, so that's great. And you can always reach out to us as well for those direct referrals to any STEPs program. Now I know the other thing that we got a lot of questions about ahead of time were related to export financing and whether there are loans available for women small businesses to help them export as well. And we got one specific question related to food and agriculture. I'm going to turn that over to Sarah.
Thank you, Christine. And sure, SBA, Office of International Trade, oversees a great international trade loan guarantee program, and we provide working capital, purchase order financing. We help cover capital expenditures, and SBA provides a 90% guarantee to banks so that they're more willing to lend to small businesses in international trade, and that increases access for U.S. small businesses. Our 3 loans are the Export Express, our Export Working Capital, and the International Trade Loan. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail today, but if you go to sba.gov/trade tools and look under SBA export products, you'll find that we have export finance managers, and it's their full-time job to help you with no-cost counseling to figure out which loan will be the right fit for you, and also connect you with an SBA lending partner that will be best suited for your needs. You can get free reviews of your business plan from your local WBC or other SBA resource partner in advance to help you get prepared to approach a bank. And having those reviews is really an important step in moving forward. First, our biggest little loan is the SBA Export Express loan. It's our most flexible product, and it's provided by specific banks. And the good news is that you can get typically approved within 36 hours, which is pretty fast. The Export Express loan can get you up to $500,000 and can used towards any export development activity. And so if you're trying to enter a new market, you're trying to hire a new international sales manager, you want to make e-commerce improvements to your website to help boost your international sales, these are all things that could be covered by this loan. We also have 2 other larger loans, the Export Working Capital loan and the International Trade loan, and those go up to $5 million. The Export Working Capital loan helps small businesses to apply for loans in advance of finalizing an export sale or contract, and that gives them more flexibility in negotiating export payment terms. Our International Trade loan can also be used to finance fixed assets like construction, getting a building, getting more real estate, and it can be used also for working capital to support your export transactions. The key thing to note is that we don't provide these loans ourselves at SBA directly, but we work with our partner lending institutions. So you'll be working with a bank that has an SBA guarantee product. And like STEP, SBA export lenders are looking for businesses that have about 2 years of experience, or they're looking for you to have a letter of credit guaranteeing that you have a purchase for them to finance against. If you need help getting a letter of credit and going through those steps, again, our export finance managers are skilled in this and can help you with writing what you need your client to provide. And also, you can talk to your WBC or any other SBA resource partner about other SBA loans or our micro loans or the Community Advantage loan if the export credit loans aren't the right ones for you. If you're a startup, WBCs are really great at counseling on startup capital, like pitch competitions, other creative solutions. And that's another way to go back and get great help from your local WBC. To find your export finance manager, again, just go to sba.gov/trade tools and look under our export products. Now, there are other agencies that provide export credit. And this is where we'll get to the questioning that came in specifically on wine. The U.S. Export-Import Bank does help any industry that is a small business from any industry that's looking to help their foreign customer finance a purchase. They also provide export credit financing, but our partners over at USDA have a great product called the GSM 102. And this product helps our food and ag exporters to get paid as soon as they ship. And so it's a great solution that also our STEP grant can support in some ways. So you can learn more about this by going to sba.gov/trade tools and look under develop your export plan, and you'll find more about this. Now, Christine, I know we've gotten a couple other questions that have come in about finding customers and vendors abroad. Would you be willing to take that?
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. And it's a great question. It's one that I think we get a lot of calls on our international trade hotline about as well. It also reminds me of Rahima Wright's answer yesterday on the exporting and e-commerce panel. She shared that she had tapped into the network of commercial service officers all over the world and highlighted how those officers and the events they organized supported her business as she was looking to grow her company, Chez Yaleen. And that's just a great intro to both the U.S. Department of Commerce commercial service officers and their posts both domestically and overseas, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture Foreign Agricultural Service. They can both help you identify target markets and find buyers and distributors in those markets. So as you're developing your export plan, one of the things you're going to want to do is figure out, the world's a big place. You don't necessarily want to start exporting to every country. Every country is not going to necessarily be the right fit. So you're going to have to do some research as you develop your export plan to figure out what are your target markets. And both Department of Commerce and the Department of Agriculture publish reports providing overviews of the country requirements and the top prospects in those markets, as well as they also publish industry and commodity specific reports that can really help you do a lot of that research. Commerce reports are known as country commercial guides, and the USDA's reports are Global Agricultural Information Network, or GAIN reports. Both of them provide really unique insights to help small businesses sort of do that initial research. The Commerce Department also has a market diversification tool that can help you, based on trade data, sort of figure out which markets make the most sense. In addition, both Commerce also organizes events and provides individual services to assist exporters of U.S. goods and services. So to what Rahima mentioned yesterday, this network and the events, that's the network she tapped into. Information is locally provided in the United States through U.S. Export Assistance Centers, and USDA has similar services that are organized for food and agricultural firms through their state regional trade groups, which they help support. In addition, I'd like to mention that you can also and should be using your women's business centers and other SBA resource partners, as well as, like the USDA's state regional trade groups, whether that's the Food Export Northeast or your U.S. Export Assistance Center, as part of what we could like to call your extended team. I think one of the things we'd love for you to take away from this is you are not alone. There's help out there for you, and there are a lot of resources that you can tap into. One other program that I wanted to mention was Commerce's Manufacturing Extension Partnership Program, or MEP. There are centers across the country that can help. They provide trainings, but they can also help you find suppliers in the United States. I know in the last session, somebody was looking to manufacture, and the Commerce's MEP centers and can really help you figure out if there's a domestic supplier for your product, for the inputs for your product. I know one of the questions that we get, and this ties back to, how do you find those buyers, is whether you have to travel. Do you have to make those international trips? And as you can imagine, I think over the last 2 years, there's been a lot of change to that. The number of virtual services and events have really increased, and while there'll be a balancing out as we come out of the pandemic, I think a lot of those virtual services are here to stay. The Department of Commerce provides services to help you identify potential buyers, partners, and/or distributors that are interested in a particular U.S. product. And they have offerings to do that both in person, which require travel, known as the Gold Key. There's also similar options for finding partners in markets through virtual introductions called the International Partner Search. The great thing is Commerce offers a small business discount for both of those services, as well as other services that they can help identify, whether it's specific markets or even vet potential partners. So you know kind of that the person that you're getting into business with is passes some, a background check. For any of these services, you really should check also to see if your state has a program like STEP, because that can help you cover some of the costs associated with them. Even when there's a small business discount, it can't hurt to get some of that money back. The virtual services I just mentioned, I mean, it's kind of one of the benefits is they come with zero travel costs or downtime traveling. How many hours have we all spent flying, especially with the long lines at the airport? And that's just time away from your home and business. Some of these virtual services can really help women-owned businesses manage that work, life, and company balance while you're pursuing global growth. And with the discounts and the STEP program, it can help you, sort of keep your balance sheet, right? And while a lot of these, the one thing I will mention that while a lot of services have gone virtual, and I think everyone around the globe, we're all doing Zoom and Teams and Google Meetups. I think, even as we've all pivoted, I think we should also be aware that there are countries, each country sort of has a unique business culture, and it can sometimes be really important to build those business relationships and trust. So that's just something for you to keep in mind. One final thing I don't want to miss out on saying, as you take steps, as you begin selling your products internationally, you really need to be taking steps to protect your brand and your intellectual property outside of the United States. We have a lot of information on our Trade Tools website about different programs that you can take advantage of. And we recently hosted a webinar, part of our Learn to Trade webinar series, on protecting your intellectual property overseas, and you can find that recording on our SBA Trade Tools. I know we've been talking a lot about sort of programs and services, and I think a lot of times people think these, and it sort of comes through in the questions as well, we think we're only talking that these services are only for sort of tangible goods. But we did receive a few questions about exporting services, including one specific about telemedicine exports. And maybe I can turn to Sarah to talk a little bit about services and exporting services and the programs and information that's available to help you with the export of services.
Thanks, Christine. And yeah, exporting services is big business for small businesses in the US. I also noticed in the chat, we're receiving a lot of questions about specific sectors beyond telemedicine. So I'll try to incorporate that. But as Christine said, we provide a lot of support for services. Our loans and our STEP also support these activities. And we're regularly counseling service exporters with questions on entering a market. Some of the greatest resources that I provide to small businesses, and I know Christine provides, are also found at the Commerce Department websites. The Commerce Department's International Trade Administration has different sector experts, and these different offices have education specialists, they have consultancy specialists, they have telemedicine specialists. And so I know you just dropped this into the chat, Christine, but I think the questions that we've been getting, that link is really relevant for people getting started to identify where are the greatest opportunities with top markets, what are some of the barriers. If you have questions, you can also ask the experts in those offices and we can help set that up. And so, yeah, I think we don't have enough time to go into each sector, but I did want to flag in the Q&A, there was a great question about children's literature And I wanted to follow up on what you said about intellectual property, that you really need to be copywriting in the US, any publications or manuals, business manuals, advertising that you put out so that you can protect it internationally. So please do visit the trade tools section on intellectual property if those questions were from you. Now, we've also gotten some questions about basically how do you connect with other women? And so Christine, could you share some advice on how to engage virtually and access information on these opportunities?
Yeah, we talked a little bit about how you find your business partners and such, but we're really in a time now where there's a mix of virtual, on-demand, and in-person options. In addition to the programs and services that I know you've heard about from our local women's business centers and all the work that they do in connecting women entrepreneurs through cohorts and other types of programs, the federal government also has programs to connect women entrepreneurs and business owners globally. And I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the programs. The Department of Commerce is we've already talked about all the different kinds of services that the Department of Commerce has, as well as a lot of the resources that you can look into, the sort of country commercial guides and the industry markets. And we've talked a little bit about their organized trade promotion events that you can all consider. One of the sort of really focused programs that they have for bringing women together is out of Commerce's Middle East and Africa Regional Office. They lead a Women Empowered Leave Legacies Through Trade and Investment, WELTI initiative. And I'll drop the link in the chat for that. But that initiative has really worked to organize online events to empower women entrepreneurs and connect them with women in Africa and the Middle East. WELTI has also organized regional summits to connect folks. And I know they did, I think earlier, in yesterday's session, somebody was talking about how they had visited the TradeWinds conference in Dubai. And I know they did a lot of connecting women at that conference as well. In addition, the U.S. government has a Prosper Africa initiative, which promotes U.S.-Africa trade and investment. And they've been organizing a lot of events to promote two-way trade with North and Sub-Saharan African countries, including bringing together diaspora communities in the United States. So those are just two of the programs that have really been connecting women and providing not just sort of the hard business to business connections and finding buyers and going to trade shows, but also really bringing groups of women together to talk about their share experiences and lessons learned. And so I think those are great resources to think about when you want to connect with women in other countries. In addition, SBA resource partners, the Commerce Department and the USDA state regional trade groups continue to organize virtual trade missions and are starting to get more into the in-person events as in this year. These programs really empower women-owned business to engage in the international marketplace with assistance, and also those are real opportunities to hear from other women and hear their stories and learn from their individual experiences. So I'd really encourage you to connect with your local WBC and see what programs they have coming up. With that, I think I'll turn it back to Sarah. I mean, we did get some questions about whether or not there are any countries that are off limits for trading with. And I'll turn that over to Sarah. She is hosting one of our regular Learn to Trade webinars on this topic on April 12th. So I'll just make a quick plug for that and then hand it over to Sarah.
Thanks, Christine. I'm sure people have been seeing in the news that there's a lot on sanctions. And so the short answer is that you can't export to countries or entities where the US has sanction programs. There can be countrywide, comprehensive or selective sanctions. There could be entity-specific restrictions covering people or organizations, even banks. And this is regardless of where they are physically. And unless you apply and receive a license specifically for activities that you request, such as humanitarian or medical exports, outside of being granted that license, those are off limits. You can't provide goods or services. So you can find more about this on sba.gov/trade tools under Know Your Laws and Regulations. And there's an entire section on export controls and sanctions. You can find some of the following resources that I just want to highlight. One is a link to the Treasury Department's country and region sanction programs. These outline the prohibitions on places like the Crimea region of Ukraine, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and others. Additionally, you can't transfer goods or services, including restricted software, to any specially designated nationals. These are known as SBNs, or to any other sanctioned individual or entity. To stay compliant, you can visit our website and click on the consolidated screening list and look for the names of the entities, people, the places on the website that are identified where you can't do business. The U.S. Department of Commerce in the Bureau of Industry and Security also requires an export license for certain technologies and services that have dual use. It could be commercial or military in use. And in order to ship those services or goods, you'd require a license, and you have to request that unless it's not required as you go through the steps, which we'll be covering on April 12th at 12 o'clock on our Learn to Trade. There's a lot of interest right now on the country page for Russia and Belarus. BIS has put out some great compliance information to help you stay compliant as things change. And you can find the restrictions on things from electronics to technology, machinery, and even luxury goods. These controls are now up for Russia, Belarus, but also individuals that have been sanctioned for being affiliated with the conflict. If you're a subcontractor to any US government defense contractors, or if you're in the defense or space industries, you also need to stay compliant on the US Department of State's International Traffic in Arms Regulations, also known as ITAR. We have great information on our website on that. We'll also cover it briefly on our topic, our Learn to Trade session. The best way to stay on top of all these restrictions is to talk to your SBA resource partner and to set up a written compliance plan with support from your top leadership, and provide training to any staff to make sure that everyone's on board with these export controls and they understand if there are defense applications. You can email international@sba.gov for more information on how to register on our upcoming discussion. Christine, we also got a bunch of questions about shipping and taxes. People were asking about ways to figure out those fees when they're doing businesses globally. Would you be willing to talk about the resources available?
Yeah, definitely. And those are really important questions, I think. Ultimately, when you're determining the prices that you're setting for your products, you need to consider the cost of shipping and any applicable tariffs and taxes, such as VAT. If you're selling online, there are programs that are built in and assist in calculating additional costs. These differ depending on the platform that you're using and will depend on what that platform has available. Some of the online platforms will even provide tools to calculate shipping and tax during the purchase phase. And even if you're not online, there are tools that are out there to help you figure out what these different things are going to cost. One of the first things that you're going to need to do is make sure you have the right tariff line, or so you can figure out what the tariff is on your particular shipment. And that's really going to help you determine some of your trade costs and ensure that your good also gets to your customer. I mean, one of the things we know is if you're shipping to the European Union and you don't have a tariff code on your shipping form, and it's not filled in on the import declaration, it's likely that that shipment is either going to be delayed or returned to you. And the nice thing is there are tools both to help you figure out what is your tariff code, as well as what is that applicable percentage of customs duties that will be applied. You can find a lot of these tools on the SBA Trade Tools website. It'll link to a customs info database tariff lookup tool, which is quite a mouthful. But in the end, it'll really help you figure out the duties for your particular shipments in over 160 markets. Some of our trading partners also have neat little tools on their customs websites to figure out what are the tariffs and taxes. I know the Canadian Customs Border Services Agency has a really good tool if you happen to be exporting to Canada, which is our #1 trading partner. In our experience, international customers also like to have options when it comes to shipping, whether it's regular mail or express or something along those lines. And the final price is going to need to consider both the mode and the carrier. One of the things that you might consider if you're doing more, doing larger orders or a B2B trade, you might need a freight forwarder. And you can also ask for assistance from the service provider with getting your product to the foreign market. You can find links on the Trade Tools website for freight forwarders as well, and I'll put that link into the chat. It's under the Develop Your Export Plan. There's a section on international shipping. One of the things that it's important to understand on tariffs and taxes are the different trade costs. The U.S. Department of Commerce as I mentioned before, they've published country commercial guides, and those reports include sections about the tax policies in that particular country. So whether or not most places in the world are going to have their value-added tax or VAT. And you, in addition to this information, I would encourage small businesses to consider using a tax professional knowledgeable with the market that you're going to be selling into. We know in the last couple of years, for instance, that the EU and the UK got rid of their de minimis levels. And so now everybody, whether you're large or small, has to register for tax purposes. And so that's just something for you to know and something that you can find out in those country commercial guides. One other question that's come up, I think, a little bit in this chat, but also prior to this, Sarah, was how you can say, a little bit of information on what resources are available for importing, and then how you can save money on importing. I think this is a great opportunity for us to talk a little bit about U.S. free trade agreements and how those can be used. Sarah, can you take over?
Yeah, I was noticing those questions, and I'm happy to answer them. So yes, trade agreements provide an environment that is more predictable and small business friendly. That's why we recommend small businesses look at markets where we have free trade agreements. You can look to see if there are benefits for your products or that the products that you'll be importing, and to see if there's a reduction in tariffs that can save you money or make your products more competitively priced in those markets. To determine if there is a cost savings for you or a competitive edge, first you need to determine, do you have a free trade agreement in the countries that you're targeting or that you're importing from? And you can start by going to sba.gov/trade tools, and we have a list of all of those agreements. Next, you want to see if there is a tariff benefit identified for the specific product code that you have. And again, our Trade Tools website has a link to the awesome FTA tariff tool. This search tool contains everything about all of our different trade agreements, and it has data for every single one of them except for US Israel and US Jordan, where we no longer have any tariffs on industrial goods because they've already been eliminated. But if you have the right 8-digit USHS code, if you're importing, or if you know your correct 6-digit Schedule B code from the US Census Bureau as an importer, you can just plug those in and see if there is a decreased tariff available if you meet the rule of origin. If you're importing and you can see that there's going to be a cost savings, you would want to contact your foreign supplier first and see if the good is eligible, if they meet the rule of origin. And it's best if you ask them to produce a certificate of origin to present to customs. And also goods imported at $800 US and below don't have any taxes or tariffs if you import into the US because that falls below our de minimis threshold. Now, if you are exporting, you have the responsibility to determine if your good does qualify under the rules of origin chapter of whatever agreement you have, whether that's the US-Mexico-Canada agreement or US-Colombia or any other trade agreement. And so to do that, you have to go to the rules of origin text within the agreement, which are all linked on our Trade Tools website. And you would, for example, in USMCA, you'd go to Annex 4B first to just determine if in the chapter that your good is covered under, if there is like a shift that qualifies it, if it moves from one type of product to another, or you would have to calculate if the inputs will qualify you under the regional value content. In USMCA, that's based on either the transaction value method or the net cost method, which is right there in that chapter. And it's explained, and you can contact us if you have questions. If your good does qualify, you can, and you should market it to your customers as eligible under the agreement. And that, should make you more cost competitive. And there are steps to follow to create the certificate of origin, and those are written within the agreements. They're generally, you're creating your own certificate of origin, and it's pretty flexible on how you do this, whether it's on an email or a business document in USMCA, but others have specific rules to follow that are more prescriptive. And you just need to keep your records, keep that certificate of origin, and there's instructions on how to make corrections. And if you have any questions, again, you can contact us. Now, trade agreements really do help you keep your costs down, but we had a lot of questions on, support for importing from international destinations. And I wanted to flag a couple for especially those listeners. One, we have a trade preference program called AGOA, and that provides duty-free access to the US market for certain African goods. And we also have the Generalized System of Preferences, also known as GSP. And that helps with importing from some of the world's poorest countries duty-free into the US. There's also 2 programs covering the Caribbean. And you can find these at our Trade Tools website or by contacting our hotline. And Christine, I think that there are a lot of other great questions, but there was one on investment. Are you able to take that one?
Sure, happy to take that one.
And Christine, I'm going to cut you off just for 1 second. This will have to be the last question that we have for exporting international trade.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was wondering if we were running up on time. And since we are running up on time, I will answer that one question, but I want to let everybody know that if you have any other questions that we haven't gotten to today, or if there's a specific market question, please feel free to reach out to our SBA's Office of International Trade hotline, and I'm going to drop the contact information for that in the chat. So if we didn't get to your question today, please feel free to reach out to us. We'd be happy to follow up on any questions. On the investment question, I just want to, overall, U.S. states and territories lead on their own regional international promotion efforts. And so you should, if in addition to the federal programs I'm going to talk about right now, you should really reach out to your state economic department or the governor's office, because they're likely to have an international office that will promote specific local investment opportunities. But at the state or at the federal level, the Commerce Department leads on a program called Select USA, which promotes the U.S. as an attractive investment destination. That's the main program that the U.S. has to promote investment here. State economic development specialists join foreign investors at the annual Select USA Summit. The next summit is coming up June 26th through 29th of this year. And we encourage you to reach out to Select USA. You can find, again, there's sort of like, if you remember one thing from our presentation today, is everything we've talked about today you can find on the SBA Trade Tools website, and Select USA is one of those. And there's also an upcoming reverse trade mission hosted by the U.S. Trade and Development Agency that's going to bring foreign buyers to the U.S. to identify potential suppliers. So that's another thing that you can look at. If you're looking to help invest in developing countries or markets, the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, or DFC, also provides financing for small businesses and women entrepreneurs in order to create jobs in emerging markets. So that's if you're looking to sort of support investment in an emerging market, that's a really great program to look into. Again, thank you everybody for joining us today. I know we covered a lot of information, and I hope you found it really valuable, as well as all the information, the rest of the program as part of the Women's Business Summit. We are really here to help and encourage you. So please do reach out to us, work with your local Women's Business Center to access resources from across the small business ecosystem. I also want to thank Associate Administrator Natalie Cofield and her team and Allison, the Office of Women's Business Ownership, for the opportunity to get you Sarah and I, to talk with all of you about international trade and to answer your questions. And we want to thank NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center as the co-host of the Women's Business Summit. It's really been a pleasure, and we've really enjoyed being a part of it. So thank you.
Of course, Christine, Sarah, thank you so much for your time, your expertise, all the amazing resources. I'll again reiterate, I know this time was short and it went by really quickly. You can follow up by going to sba.gov/trade tools, or follow up with any questions at international@sba.gov. Christine, Sarah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And so now we are going to take our final trip of the day. We are going to travel to Kentucky and hear from Deborah Dudley and how she successfully used SBA resources, including STEP, to expand her business and become successful in exporting overseas. Deborah, I'll hand it over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining in with me today. My name's Deborah Dudley. My company's name is Oscarware, and we're so glad that you are part of today's inaugural Women's Business Summit. And I'm so excited to tell you my story. I'm coming to you from my manufacturing location here in the small town of Bonneville, Kentucky. And my company, Oscarware, is the manufacturer of outdoor grilling cookware. In 1989, my late husband and I invented a product that we called a grill topper that changed outdoor grilling forever. Today, consumers are grilling everything from pizza to pancakes. And we take credit for that because we have a product that allows you to grill all your favorite foods that you can cook indoors in your kitchen on your grill. We make outdoor grilling delicious. We're the leading domestic manufacturer of outdoor toppers, and we do all of the manufacturing right here in Bonneville, Kentucky. We ship them all over the United States and all over Europe and in 9 other countries. So we're real proud of that. And I'm going to tell you how I got started in exporting. In 2014, I was invited to be part of the Kentucky Governor's Trade Mission to the United Kingdom. Up until then, exporting was a challenge for me. Being part of that trade mission gave me the opportunity to travel with people who would set up meetings with potential customers that I could pitch my product to. It would give me the opportunity to go into stores there and see what competition was there. It would also introduce me to an SBA program that I have used that have helped me grow and grow and grow my export business. This thing I discovered was called a STEP grant, the state STEP grant, the state trade expansion program. Going on that trade mission, the STEP grant paid for my travel, my hotel, my meals. It paid for any other services that I needed while there. But the most important thing that came out of that first step into exporting and going on that mission was that trade mission was making 2 stops. One was in London and one was in Manchester. And looking at the potential customers I wanted to sell to in the United Kingdom, one of the top 4 retailers was in Leeds. That was only a 40-minute trip from Manchester. I wanted a meeting with that company so bad. I wanted to meet them face to face and pitch my product. So in working with my U.S. Walmart buying team, I found out that Asda was part of the Walmart family. I asked my U.S. buying team with Walmart if they would help me open that door with Asda, and they made that happen. They helped me get that meeting, and that was in 2014. In 2015, we shipped our first container to the United Kingdom to Asda, and we shipped every year up until this year. Just recently, we shipped another 40-foot container of toppers to Asda. Since 2014, we have shipped over 800,000 toppers to the United Kingdom. And again, working with our U.S. buying teams with the Army, Air Force, and Exchange, working with my domestic teams has also helped me open those doors to companies that have locations in other countries. And working with Army Air Force Exchange, I have my products on the shelves of military outlets in 9 other countries. But the STEP grant doesn't stop there. When I look back on what I was doing back in 2014, today exporting has never been easier, and diversifying your customer base allows you to introduce your product to an entire new customer base. The international marketplace today, the e-commerce presence that is there, where you can tell anyone anywhere across the world in any language about your company and your product through e-commerce platforms and website globalization. The STEP grant since 2014 up until today for my export expenses that include travel, product testing, product packaging, expenses that, you know, I have to pay over and over and over each year. The STEP grant has reimbursed me for over $50,000 of the cost that I have paid out of my pocket for the export expenses. But most recently, in the last year, they have increased the amount that they will pay of redesigning your website up to $5,000 and up to $10,000 for marketing media, which allows you social media platforms to drive the business of your product, but most importantly, to be on the international e-commerce shelf where there is an unlimited amount of space for you and everyone else. And I am so excited to share that with you and let you know about the STEP grant and all the things that it's done for me over the years, and not to mention all the other resources that are available to me through the SBA with working with the commerce team and connecting with the trade teams in Australia and in Mexico and in Canada to help me pitch my products there to potential customers. The STEP grant pays for any fees that are, you know, that you pay in order to use those services. But the teams that the SBA has and the Small Business Development Center has, they have been there for me, but they're there for you. And if you don't know about them, you need to find out where they are and how to get in touch with them, because they have helped me grow my business. They've helped me sustain my business. They have helped me launch new products, and they have helped me with the challenges that exporting that I had with making that first step in exporting my products.
Well, Deborah, thank you so much. And I apologize, there's a brief technical difficulty. My camera's not coming on, but I do want to say thank you so much to Deborah for joining us today and sharing a little bit about her story with exporting and how STEP and the SBDCs, the Small Business Development Centers, have enabled her to be successful in her exporting journey. Well, I can't believe we are now at our final session of the day. I am happy to introduce my colleague, Veronica Pugin from the Office of Capital Access. Veronica, you're now welcome to join me on stage. Veronica is a senior advisor in the Office of Capital Access and is focused on ensuring small businesses have equitable access to capital as they grow. Veronica, I'm excited to hand it over to you. And I know we started a few minutes late, so we can go to 4:45 to 4:50. Thank you so much, Veronica. I'll hand it over to you.
All right, thank you, Allison. Thank you all for joining us today. As Allison mentioned, I work in the Office of Capital Access at the SBA, and in this role, I have the pleasure of working with my colleagues and partner organizations to implement policies and processes and technology that gets more capital and financing to small business owners like all yourselves. This administration and the administrator for the SBA is keenly focused on getting small business financing into the hands of small business owners that have historically not had access to that financing, women included in that set. So today I will walk through some more information around the SBA's small business financing programs, how you as a small business owner can get set up to pursue those financing programs, and how do you assess small business loans and determine what's right for you. For questions that are more particular to a specific small business question or counseling or a small business strategy, that is best for our counseling resources. So my colleague Allison will be dropping in some information so that you can get the guidance and support there that best meets your small business reality. Before I dive in, I want to just start with saying when we have these conversations about financing, a lot of times small business owners who maybe don't have as much experience with small business financing may be a bit nervous, may be a bit concerned that these are numbers, this is money, these are interest rates, these terms that can feel a bit intimidating and overwhelming. And I just want to start by saying, you can do it. We can all do this and learn these terms. I know that a lot of times they may not feel as accessible. So my goal here is to make this more digestible, a bit more user-friendly to talk about these topics and help women, small business owners kind of overcome any previous lack of experience or familiarity with these terms. You're already doing the hardest part, which is being a small business owner. And so just getting these tools and information is the next step, so you can access financing. So I have a bit of a presentation. So the presentation that I'll walk through will answer a lot of the questions that were submitted beforehand, which were all excellent questions. So I will do my best to answer those. And then for the time that we have remaining, we can cover some of the Q&A questions. So let me share my screen. All right. So some of the questions that I got were about what small business financing programs are available. So just to take a step back, small business financing is essentially a small business loan that you can use specifically for your small business to invest in a variety of avenues. It could be for payroll, it could be to buy that equipment, it could be for inventory, it could be to acquire real estate. Small business financing and capital programs is a catch-all term for all those uses. So what are the available small business capital financing programs? There are small business financing programs that are supported by the SBA and not supported by the SBA or outside of the SBA. I'll speak to the SBA ones specifically. So the Office of Capital Access administers a variety of loan programs that supports lending institutions to complete small business loans to small business owners like yourselves. The Office of Capital Access has been expanding its footprint over the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, the Office of Capital Access historically supported about 60,000 small business loans. And through the pandemic, that number has gone up to over 15 million. And so previously, the lending capacity of the Office of Capital Access was in the tens of billions, and through the pandemic has gone over 300 billion. So the Office of Capital Access is taking what we've learned from the pandemic to continue to invest in and expand our capital programs. All that to say, I'll share what we have today, but there is more to come and a lot significant investment to expanding these programs. As of today, the Small Business Administration's Office of Capital Access programs are the microloan program, 7A, 504, and disaster lending programs. These programs meet a variety of loan size and loan use categories. So for a loan that's smaller, that would be our microloan program. In our microloan program, we partner with microloan financial institutions that specialize in providing smaller dollar loans, oftentimes with a particular focus on minority populations. The 7A program is one of the SBA's traditional programs that would be for a larger loan size than microloan, and that would be for working capital, which would be essentially payroll, or inventory operating expenses to get your business going. The 504 program is for larger loan sizes, and that's for real estate based lending activity. And so these different programs are programs that the SBA works with lenders. A very important point I want to highlight that can be confusing at times is for these programs, the SBA is not the lender. So the SBA is not the bank or financial institution with whom you would get that loan from. The SBA supports a bank or financial institution by providing a guarantee to support that institution to provide you the loan as a small business owner. So when you're exploring SBA capital programs as a small business owner, the SBA is supporting you to get connected to lenders, financial institutions, and ultimately the financial institution would provide you the loan. The lending category that is not the case is disaster loans. The SBA is a direct lender for disaster loan products, meaning there is not another financial institution that's in the mix. Those are SBA programs. There are naturally a wealth of other small business lending activity in the country that are not limited to the SBA lending categories. Those are traditional banks. Those are CDFIs, which are community-based financial institutions that tend to have a focus on minority populations. There are microlenders and there are online lenders. The way you can access the SBA loan programs is either via the SBA's Lender Match online marketplace tool or your local SBA district office. I can walk us through that briefly, just so you know where to go. All right, so if you go to the SBA website, you can go to funding programs, and here you'll see the loan categories. Again, I'll highlight that these loan programs are the SBA working with another supporting a financial institution. You can go here to learn more about each one. You can go to Lender Match, and this is a marketplace of sorts where you'll provide information and the SBA will help you find lenders that you can work with. So that's where you can access here. Another avenue you can go is your local district office. The SBA has district offices across the country. You can go to local assistance here and get more information. You can find your local assistance by your zip code. So that's where I would recommend going if you are seeking small business financing options, and the SBA can help you find a lender that's right for you. The SBA will be able to help you determine, are you best suited for working with a micro lender that's working with the microloan program or the 504 program in the case that you're exploring real estate. So that's where you can access those resources. I'm going to share my screen again. All right. So the Lender Match online marketplace in your local SBA district office. For this year, the Office of Capital Access is, as I mentioned before, documenting what we've learned over the pandemic of how we can get more dollars to more small business owners, particularly historically marginalized small business owners, and that includes women small business owners. And so I'm shared what's available today, but we're making improvements and enhancements to our programs. So stay tuned. And one way you could be first to know about those programs over this coming year is follow the SBA, join the newsletter to be getting that information when it becomes updated. So another set of questions that came in is, how do you get small business financing? So as I mentioned before, questions that are particular to your small business, those are best for a counseling center, but these are themes that I notice all day, every day of common questions or themes or needs that I wish all small business owners had access to this information, just to know this before exploring a small business loan. So before pursuing a small business loan, it's advisable to, quote unquote, get capital ready. And so the way you can get capital ready, there are three categories that I noticed that help small business owners get there. And so the first one is mindset. It has nothing to do with the numbers. You don't get to the numbers or the financials yet. The first one is the mindset that you have going into it. The first piece is confidence. Historically, women small business owners have had disproportionately lower rates of accessing small business financing. As a result, that could lead to a small business owner of that profile have a mindset that wonders if this is for them. And so the first step is, yes, this is for you. And how can you kind of get into that mindset and confidence that you can access this? That's something I notice all the time, that small business owners who are definitely qualified, definitely can benefit from this program, question if it's for them. So that's the first one. Second is comfort and familiarity. One way to feel more confident with these unfamiliar terms in these documents that you'll notice in these financing applications is just getting a bit more comfortable and familiar with the terms. And so the resources that Allison will share on counseling and the different resources on the SBA website can just help you get a little more familiar with what the terms mean to feel more comfortable. And then the third category for mindset is support. So all the small business owners who I engage with, and you all probably know this yourselves, that small business success is not done alone. And so having support resources via the resources that have been shared by my colleagues throughout the day and your local district office at the SBA can be critical before we even get into those numbers. So that's the mindset. The second category is the numbers itself. So now that we're feeling good about diving into the numbers, what could help you be ready for that small business loan? And so again, we're not even talking about applying for the loan. Having that mindset, having the numbers in place is helpful for a small business in general, but it's an important foundation to have before getting any small business debt. And so the first one is your books and finances. So something I run into, and maybe small business owners who have more experience here, you already know this, having your personal and business finances divided is very critical. That's very critical for small business management in general, but particularly for accessing small business financing. So if you're new to this or haven't had the chance to do that yet, that will be a very critical step that will help you to have your personal and your business finances separated. Another one is having cash flow clarity. So when you're applying for loans, the lending institution that's providing that loan for you, they're going to want to know your cash flow. They're going to want to know your revenue and your costs. And so kind of getting ready for that by having that very clear of what's your revenue coming in on an annual basis and what are your costs on an annual basis will be very helpful. Not just to access a small business loan, but just for kind of your small business management. And then finally, your tax documentation. So really having a robust method of managing your tax documents, managing the numbers that are on your tax documents versus your cash flow, your financial management. One question that comes up a lot is small business owners ask, can they just have an accountant do all this for them? Sure, that's a decision for a small business owner to make. It is advisable to consider, if that's pursued, also you yourself knowing your books and your finances. I know for a lot of small business owners that I get the chance to meet, you all, unless you're in the kind of accounting sector, you don't go into business to manage books and finances. You go into business for food or for childcare or for manufacturing or for beauty and salons, or for a variety of services or an art service, or there are a variety of small businesses. And most tend to not be about books and finances, and that's not why you went into business. But it is very helpful to have kind of mastery of your craft as a small business owner and mastery of the books and the finances. Even if you do have an accountant, you yourself kind of also knowing what's going on with the numbers and having a way to manage that. So that's one set of numbers. The other one is the credit score. So a lot of small business owners ask about the credit score. There are small business lending entities that have higher minimum credit scores than others. There are small business lending entities such as community-based community development financial institutions that will be more flexible on this category, particularly if they're working with historically disadvantaged small business owner segments. That being said, knowing what a credit score is and how to manage that is helpful as a long-term investment for yourself and your small business. So knowing what that credit score number is a good first step, number one. And number two, knowing a bit of if the credit score is a bit low, that doesn't always have to be the case. I meet a lot of small business owners who may feel discouraged about the credit score. That is 100% fixable. That can be improved. Just need a bit of support and know kind of what goes into the credit score. And so there are a variety of inputs that go into what make up your credit score. One really big one is the repayment history. So if you're making payments on time, that will improve your credit score significantly. A few other categories that aren't as commonly known is your level of debt. How much debt do you have? How many loans do you have? Another category is the age of the debt. How long have you had a credit card or a loan across your financial history? And the mix of debt. What are the different types of debt? Credit card, student loan, car loan. These are all important ingredients into that credit score. The credit score ultimately is a proxy for how you manage debt. For a lot of small business owners, you have extensive experience and expertise managing debt that might not go, managing debt and payments that might not go into the credit score. And so it's just helpful to know what is showing up in your credit score and what is not. So you can, if you need to boost that up, you can know where to start. So that's the numbers. Then the third category is business planning. So it's helpful to know about your business outlook, especially if you're new to with your small business, but in general, what revenue do you foresee bringing home over the next year and why? What are the checkpoints that you'll know how things are going? Do you check in on a quarterly basis? Do you check in the middle of the year just to know how your numbers are tracking? This is helpful to know for yourself what your revenue, what your costs you anticipate having. And then that leads to the second point of your small business loan investment. So a lot of small business owners will ask, when should I get a small business loan? And again, the counseling services can help you with your particular scenario as a small business owner. But I would say it's important to know what is your vision for your small business so that you know how you can invest your small business loan. A small business loan, it is a loan. You do have to pay it back. And so you want to make sure that that loan is an investment that you're putting into your small business to grow your small business so that you generate more revenue to pay the loan back and be in a better place than you were before the loan. And so having a sense of business planning is helpful to get you there. All these categories of getting quote unquote capital ready, your mindset, your numbers, your business planning are all helpful to be able to get that small business loan. But even if you don't get that small business loan ever, or not for some time, or even after the small business loan, these ingredients can help you as a small business owner. The final category is, I've gotten a lot of questions about how do you determine which loan product is good for you, and if you should get this small business loan versus another. Some important items to consider when you're starting that journey. The first one is eligibility. So it's helpful first to determine what are the eligibility requirements for a particular small business loan program. I highly recommend determining that before applying. A lot of small business owners I encounter will spend hours or a fair amount of time on a small business loan application only to be declined. You're all very busy and time is of the essence. And so I highly encourage small business owners just to determine, do you meet some of those requirements before investing time in that application? And so some requirements, some small business lenders will require that the small business has been in business for a year, or will require a certain cash flow ratio, or require a credit score. And just be helpful to know that from the start so that you don't spend time there and you focus your energy on finding other small business loan options. So that's the first one. Assuming that you are eligible to apply, you look at the terms. So what is the interest rate? What is the repayment horizon? And are there interest-only periods and penalties? What this, unfortunately, and particularly in light of the pandemic, we've come across a lot of small business owners that have taken on very burdensome debt in the realm of predatory lending or lending that's not predatory, but it was particularly burdensome, and maybe the small business owner didn't realize that. These terms are very critical to determine, is this small business loan right for you? The interest rate and the repayment horizon are very critical items to understand that I've had the chance to talk to small business owners and who've shared their journey with that. So a small business loan of, let's say, $100,000, or let's just say $10,000, that is over a repayment horizon of 3 years, the monthly payments for that loan will be significantly higher than a $10,000 loan over a 30-year period. So you think you divide that $10,000 loan and the interest, and you have to pay it all within 3 years versus 30 years. And so that is it's the same amount of debt, but the monthly repayment is significantly higher. And so it's just important to think about that when you're determining, is this small business loan right for me, and where I'm at and the revenue I'm generating. It's important to know the timeline. So this is, how long is it going to take for the application process for you to submit an application to get that small business loan and then actually get a decision. Then there's the decision, but then there's also the disbursement of the funds. And so it's just helpful to know the timeline depending on the pressures or what you're juggling. It can be a trade-off between speed and terms. It's important to note that really looking at those terms up top, the interest, the repayment horizon, the penalty, the interest only periods. I meet some small business owners at times who get an option for a loan that's very quick turnaround, which is great. But then sometimes it comes with terms that are quite burdensome. And so it's important to weigh those options and those details. And this is something that the SBA Office of Capital Access, we're investing, this is an example of programming that we're investing to try to better equip you and support you with the information to be making those decisions. And then finally, who is the lender? So who is ultimately the financial institution that will hold your loan and you'll be paying back? Do they have experience with small businesses of your stage? Right, a small business is starting out for the first time tomorrow is very different than a small business who's been around for 10 years. With your size of business, with your industry, we know that small businesses in various industries have fundamentally different books and different expenses and cash flow trends and your demographic. And are they an SBA lender versus a non-SBA lender? If they're an SBA lender, and this is not to say that non-SBA lenders are don't have good options. It's just something to know about, because if they are an SBA lender, then your district office can provide support answering questions. Again, there are non-SBA lenders that can provide solid products. So this is not to say that's a reason not to go with a lender. It's just helpful to know. So that's kind of a rundown of variety of information around accessing financing and capital. Again, I highlight the counseling services for particular questions for your small business. But if I can just summarize some of the themes, is just to being ready to get small business financing. A lot of what you have to do to be ready for that is a lot of what will just help your small business in general. There aren't many steps that you need to take to help your small business to get financing that would not be good for your small business otherwise. So I'm going to, okay, we have a lot of questions. I'll do my best to go through as many as I can. But I think in the chat and questions, I'll go through as many as I can, just so no one feels excluded or ignored. There are over 100 questions, so we'll do my best. And then Allison, if we can share the resources and the counseling for those who have follow-up questions. And then we went through earlier in my presentation where you can go on the SBA website to access your local district office.
Absolutely. And Veronica, maybe, I'm not sure if you're looking at the chat or the Q&A box. The Q&A box may be a bit more manageable in the time we have.
Great. I'll open the Q&A. Okay, I have someone say, I need an SBA loan, but I'm very scared to take on debt. Help. So appreciate the honesty, and that is totally valid. If you haven't, especially if you hadn't had experience with debt. So for that, I highly recommend first following the steps I outlined first of their mindset, your numbers, and your business planning. So your mindset first, kind of reduce some of the fear of debt. You can do that. Everyone can take on debt when they're ready and have the tools to manage it. Then the next step is, are you ready, or what are the tools you need to help manage that? And so the first one is really knowing your numbers, having your small business numbers organized, number one, and number two, knowing what your business outlook is. And then following the steps I suggested around making sense of a loan product, really understanding the terms. And if you need support in making sense of that information, getting counseling support from a local SBA district office or the resources that my colleague will share. Okay, a couple questions about if during the pandemic your credit score went down because you fell into challenges, any suggestions to become more attractive to banks or CDFIs for lending opportunities? Great question. This is a very real challenge that we've seen across the board, that a lot of individuals have been in a tough situation, and so their credit score has taken a hit. A couple points. One, that again, I'll start with getting that individual counseling is critical, because I don't know your exact credit score scenario, so I can't provide kind of detailed feedback. So that's number one. There are some programs out there that, like, such as Credit Builder, that help with building that credit score, number one. Number two, there is building your credit score to become more attractive to banks or CDFIs. As this question though, for CDFIs, there are lending entities that provide small business loans using what's known as credit alternatives. So they'll look at your cash flow, they'll look at, ultimately, if we take a step back, why does the credit score matter? The credit score actually doesn't tell your whole story of your business. So why do places look at that? They're looking for some pulse to know, are you able to repay the loan? Can you pay it back? And so they look at the credit score, but you might have other information that shows you can repay the loan. For example, your cash flow. If you're showing that you're generating a solid amount of revenue over your costs, even if your credit score is not quite there, there are CDFIs and lending entities that may be open to working on a kind of a solution for you. So both, that's not to say don't worry about the credit score. So the credit score, Credit Builder, and counseling to get that back up, and knowing what goes into the credit score. It's not just repayment, it's the age of your debt, it's the mix of your debt and how much total debt you have. And then also, if you really need a loan now, while you're building your credit score, some CDFIs might have kind of some counseling or other options for you. This is a quick one. If you got the PPP loan, can you qualify for the EIDL loan? Yes, you can. You can get PPP and EIDL. And the COVID EIDL or the non-COVID EIDL, just to highlight, the EIDL, COVID EIDL loan or COVID EIDL loan has closed for new applications. So at this point, you can just apply for a loan increase. A lot of the same questions about the credit score. So we've kind of covered that. So just kind of very detailed questions about specific business situations. I'm not the best suited to advise. So I think, Allison, if we can provide kind of that counseling support next step.
Absolutely. And for anyone that is looking for that counseling and local assistance, I did just drop that link in the chat.
Perfect. Thank you, Allison. I think one note I'll say about counseling, because I know I'm repeating that for your particular question, that's the best path. And the reason I highlight that is you want to work with counseling support who has experience and understanding of your particular situation. And so one question to know, or one piece of information to know, is how much experience does that counseling support kind of center or individual or whatnot have working with small businesses of your stage. So are you brand new, or have you been around for 10 years? Your size. Are you a business owner of an employee's count of 1 versus 100? Your industry, that's particularly important. So the nature of small business really varies by industry. So the cash flow trends of a restaurant are very different than an enterprise sales small business or a trucking small business. So those are maybe some, just when you're trying to figure out which counseling path per the resources Allison's sharing is best for you, knowing if they have experience with your business stage, your business size, industry, and demographic group. So we have a variety of counseling centers that specialize working with women entrepreneurs. I think a couple of people also asking about the slides. I'm happy to share that afterwards, or however we want to make that available, we can do so.
Absolutely, we can share that in follow-up after the summit, and the session is being recorded and will be available on YouTube.
Great, thank you. Sorry, go for it.
I was going to say, there is a question. I think it kind of gets to the broader theme of how do you know when you're ready to take on debt and apply for a business loan? And someone asked, should I apply for a loan if I don't qualify for a grant?
Yes, I'm not quite sure what grant. So I think maybe step back. So grants, small business grants were much more common during the pandemic in a way that they haven't been historically, given the acute need. And so small business grants in terms of capital programs and financing programs are actually not the norm in terms of total financing programs. And the reason I highlight that is if you have a whole pool of financing options, if it's like this, grants are one sliver of it in terms of total financing options. So it's very possible and very likely that you don't qualify for a grant. And that doesn't mean that a small business loan is a bad idea for you. A lot of times grants are, again, were not as common historically as in light of the pandemic, given the acute need. A lot of times grants going forward will have a particular focus on a particular socioeconomic segment or a particular industry. And so, for example, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund that the SBA had earlier in the pandemic, that was for restaurants. That doesn't mean that if you're a clothing and apparel company, you should not get a loan via another program. The grants tend to be targeted to particular needs. So all that to say, it's very possible you don't qualify for a grant. It doesn't mean that you wouldn't be a good fit for a loan. I think for the broader question about should you get a small business loan, I highly recommend that counseling. I can't answer that for your particular case. I will say before getting a loan, you should have the mindset, the numbers, and the business planning in place. So the mindset, be in a place that you're confident, have the support resources you need, that familiarity. If you are not familiar with an interest rate, that's okay. But spend some time learning what that is so that when you get that loan, you are in a place familiar with how to manage that debt in a way that you come out more successful after that. So that's the mindset piece. The numbers, I highly recommend having your personal and business finances separated, being aware of your revenue and cost of goods sold, having your documents organized. If you work with an accountant, that's great, but you yourself as a small business owner should also, it's advisable to have that familiarity. And then know, what are you using the loan for? So when I encounter small business owners who say they're interested in a small business loan and they're not sure what they would use it for, that means that maybe you need to take a bit more time to think about this next step before taking on debt. A small business loan ultimately is debt. It does not have to be scary. It could be a very valuable tool for you, but kind of like a hammer. A hammer could be a great tool. It doesn't have to be scary, but you want to know exactly how you're using it. Looking at someone's asked, could you please repeat the support step of mindset? Sure, we can, this is recorded, so you'll have a chance to go back if that's helpful. But the support is, if you're brand new to having debt, just small business loans or debt, it is helpful to have a support resource. And that could be a counseling, the counseling services we're sharing, having someone to walk you through that. That could be via small business owner groups that you're a part of, that you can share learning and information. But it is helpful to have someone who can help you make sense of, what does this mean? How do I manage this debt? How do I make sense of these terms? So basically, don't be in it completely on your own.
And Veronica, I know we are getting, we're at the end of our scheduled time, but I know we started a little late. Is there maybe one final question or theme that you want to touch on?
Just looking at some of the questions here. I think one other theme is that come up, I'm seeing in the questions and come up a lot, is small business financing is, I'd like to emphasize and end with, small business financing is not an end state. So you're not structuring your whole business to be able to get small business financing, and then that's the end state. The idea would be all the recommendations that set you up to be able to get small business financing will be good for your business in general. Having command of your business numbers, having command of your credit score, having that will all be useful for your small business going forward, regardless of what you do with financing. Financing, small business loans, are a tool to help you invest to take your business to the next level. And so if you feel that a small business loan, you're in a place that a certain amount of capital can help you take your business to the next level, then you're in a good place to explore small business lending or financing. And the small business financing would just be one step of your small business journey. It is not an end goal. I think that's all. Thank you all. Really great questions. Thank you for joining and engaging. Appreciate a lot of the comments and the feedback. And this information will be available. The recording will be available, and we look forward to being in touch.
Great. Well, Veronica, thank you again so much for your time and your amazing insights and expertise. We are aware of obviously the critical role and tool that loans and different lending products can play for you all as small business owners. And we hope this provided a bit more insights into how you can use those responsibly and to best fit the needs of your business. So Veronica, thank you again so much for your time. So appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
And so I can't believe I'm saying this, but we are officially at the end of our inaugural Women's Business Summit. First, I want to say thank you to all of you for participating over the past 2 days. I know we moved quickly. There were lots of insights, resources, links shared, and connections made amongst our participants. I want to remind everyone that these recordings are available on SBA's YouTube channel. And we will be following up after the summit with the links and resources that have been mentioned over the past 2 days. So we hope you were able to get a lot of those over the past 2 days and are already starting to do your research, but this will certainly not be the last that you hear from us. And before I turn it over to Assistant Administrator Cofield for her closing remarks, I want to take a moment first to thank a few people and a few partners. The NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center, Lamar Charles, and our entire team here at the Small Business Administration. Thank you so much for your passion for supporting entrepreneurs and your time and intent that has been directed at the summit and that has been helpful to all of our audience members today. I am so excited and honored to have been able to spend yesterday with you all and then this afternoon as well. I hope soon that we'll all be able to connect in person and that we'll be able to hear your stories and continue to be inspired by the work that you do. And again, please continue to connect with SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership. Please send questions and feedback to our email, which is OWBO, which is OWBO @sba.gov. And we hope you continue to engage with our network of 141 women's business centers in all 50 states. I am now excited to turn it over to Assistant Administrator of the SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership, Natalie Cofield, for closing remarks. Thank you all again, and Natalie, over to you.
Wow, what an incredible day of workshops and real technical assistance from some of the amazing members of the U.S. Small Business Administration's team. We hope that you took away a number of notes, shared links, made connections, and engaged with others in our continued quest to ensure that women entrepreneurs have the resources, capital, and community necessary to scale and grow. Over the course of the last 2 days, you've heard from some of the most amazing women in business and leadership at the highest level of government and of business, including hearing from the Vice President of the United States of America, the 27th Administrator for the U.S. Small Business Administration, Secretary Deb Holland of the Department of the Interior, and countless women leaders across the country who've done everything from start businesses to grow businesses to scale. And just like you, we look forward to being able to see the many advancements that happen for each and every one of you who joined us for the last 2 days. We invite you to stay connected to the SBA by joining us online at sba.gov. And we also welcome you to one of our 141 women's business centers located in every state across the country by learning more about our WBC national network at sba.gov in the resource partner section. Again, my name is Natalie Madeira Cofield, Assistant Administrator, and thank you so much for joining us for these power-packed 2 days.